WHO as one of the 10 most popular scientists on vitamin D research in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands to welcome Professor Afroz for the first expert talk.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Fauzia, for introduction. I will talk about, as I gave a brief background information this morning about vitamin D. Again, I will elaborate in details about the functions, metabolism, and everything about vitamin D you can think of, because I'm doing research on this subject for the last 20 years. It has become my passion. So, and I'm really happy that I am recognized for this research in the world. So, as tomorrow I am flying to Lebanon, Beirut, for a WHO meeting there, I could not say no to Shahryar to give this talk today here. And I am happy to see my old colleagues, Professor Zeenat. I am really happy, Fauzia, and many, many others, those who are not here. This morning, everybody was here. And I will, before I start, I would like to tell you that why I started vitamin D. Because I did my PhD in the field of immunochemistry. So when I was in France as a postdoctoral fellow, I was also working in immunology of parasitology, parasites. But then I came to Saudi Arabia after spending a lot of time in Canada, USA. Then I came back to Saudi Arabia, where I was working on different topics like herbal medicine. I worked on black seed, very original work I did. And then after spending a decade in Saudi Arabia, I moved to Abu Dhabi, where actually the story begins of vitamin D research. In the hospital where I was working, it is one of the biggest healthcare facilities in UAE. And all over the UAE, samples of vitamin D were sent outside UAE for measuring their vitamin D levels in patients suffering from various diseases like rickets and osteomalacia or osteopenia. The results were coming after 1 month, and a lot of money was spent on the investigations. The samples were outsourced to France and Germany, because there was no facility at all in the UAE to monitor or to measure the vitamin D levels. Then, when the sample load was increasing, the administration of my hospital, they did an emergency meeting that this is not in the interest of the patients as well as not in the interest of the hospital, because we are suffering from two sides, spending a lot of money, and also the turnaround time of results is very long. 1 month doesn't make any sense. If you are getting the results of a patient after 1 month or 3 weeks or 2 weeks, it doesn't make sense. The results should be available there as soon as possible. So,
सिक्योरिटी रीजन किस चीज़ का?
ये व्हाट्सएप से आया है फिर मेल से?
नहीं, पेन ड्राइव से है।
पेन ड्राइव में है।
क्लोज नहीं है, एनेबल कंटेंट।
रिस्टार्ट हो सकता है?
हाँ, रिस्टार्ट कर।
रिस्टार्ट करेंगे तो बेहतर है। So I can talk in the meantime. So, yeah, the flow is broken. It doesn't matter. So when we decided that we should stop all the samples we are outsourcing, it will benefit us in two ways, which are more important, like financially as well as the patient care. So it was decided that this should be done in-house, and the responsibility was given to me. It was a difficult task because there was no facility. Then I started on HPLC. HPLC was the method. There, two methods were available, radioimmunoassay and HPLC. So HPLC is the preferred method to measure vitamin D in serum samples. I was successful in getting analyzed the vitamin D samples in patients. So it gave me a boost that I did something novel. And my lab became the reference lab for the whole country. All the samples from everywhere coming to my lab, okay? So what we started charging them. Because you were sending outside, outsourcing your samples, now pay to us. But not as much as they were paying to Germany and France. Anyway, so then I modified also, the next step was modified the HPLC to measure vitamin D, because initially we were measuring only vitamin D3 and D2 was not measured in that particular HPLC technique that I was using. So after playing with certain mobile phase and their percentage of alcohol and acetonitrile, I was able to measure both the vitamin D, because there are two vitamin Ds, as you know, vitamin D3 and vitamin D2 for human consumption. Okay? D3 is called the natural vitamin D because it is coming from the sun. D2 is artificial vitamin D, which is coming from the herbal source, mushrooms, etc. Okay?
फाइल में करप्ट क्योंकि कनेक्टर सही ले रहा है, बाकी कंटेंट ले रहा है इस फाइल को छोड़ के।
अरे तो क्या करेंगे?
बस 2 मिनट।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, okay, okay. And let me talk without slides for some time, okay? So then we started measuring vitamin D samples in my lab, and then I also started making the clinicians aware about vitamin D, because at that time not many of the physicians and clinicians were aware about vitamin D. Even they didn't know what kind of vitamin D they should order to measure from the lab. Because there is vitamin D2, there is vitamin D3, as I said, and there is an active form of vitamin D after metabolizing of that vitamin D, which is called the calcitriol, or the active form of vitamin D. So many of the clinicians, they thought the active form is the one which should be ordered, and they were completely wrong. So they were ordering the wrong one. So then I started making them aware that you should change your ordering of vitamin D. This is the right one that you should order. So they became interested, and I saw, one day I called a meeting in the hospital of all the doctors that you come to that, and I will give briefings about vitamin D, how you should order and what I should measure. And then I saw that there was a lot of interest among the clinicians, the technicians, the doctors. And then this became a routine. Then I thought that there is a need for making them aware about vitamin D. Then it leads me to making international conference. And at one point, the conference that I was doing in Abu Dhabi became the world's largest conference on vitamin D. Okay? I did it continuously for 8 years, and the top researchers in the field of vitamin D, they were attending my conference in Abu Dhabi. Even when I shifted to Jamia Hamdard, they attended my conference in Jamia Hamdard. Professor Holick and Professor Grant and others, they came to Jamia Hamdard. So then it was a big boost for me that I was getting success at every step. Then what I was majoring and doing research, it was unique from the UAE point of view. The patients, those who were coming to the clinic first time, they overall 90% of the patients were vitamin D deficient, which is alarming. 90% of the population of vitamin D was vitamin D deficient. Though, remember, but UAE is a country where there is a sun all round the year. They should not be vitamin D deficient, because sun is the key source of vitamin D, from where 90% of the sun is, from 90% of the vitamin D is coming. Okay? So this was another puzzle for us, why it is happening, that the UAE population should not be deficient. Of course, the countries far away from the equator, where there is no sun or very less sun, if they are deficient, then we can understand, yes, because they are getting less sun, so they are deficient. In the southern hemisphere, and Europe and North America, or in the poles, the people are hardly any sun, so they are deficient. So then we did a study and we found that there are many reasons for the deficiency in the UAE. The lifestyle, their eating habits, their living habits, abaya, burqa, that the ladies are using to cover their bodies. Of course, this is, one should not feel that it is anti-Islamic, but this is a fact that they were suffering. But they were suffering from vitamin D deficiency. One of the most important reason is that there is no policy in place by the government for fortification. This is a very important point, because in the North America and Europe, where the population has very high levels of vitamin D, every milk and milk product and juices are fortified with vitamin D there. Okay? And the same situation in India. We are not having fortified milk or cheese or milk products or juices. But now, FSSAI is very much concerned about vitamin D, which is a regulatory body of food standard authority. And they are working very extensively on this project of making vitamin D available to everybody in food and juices. Then come another issue, that there are many people, those who are vegetarians, they cannot eat vitamin D3, because the source of vitamin D3, as far as the supplemental vitamin D is concerned, is coming from the sheep, the skin of the sheep, or the furry skin of the sheep. When it is irradiated with ultraviolet rays, then there is a secretion or there is isolation of a material which is full of cholesterol, amino acids, and then vitamin D is isolated from that. So it is a non-veg source. But for the vegetarians, there is a vitamin called vitamin D2, and it is coming from the herbal sources, mostly from the mushrooms. When the mushrooms are irradiated with ultraviolet rays, and the D2 is isolated. Thank you for that. Okay. So now this is about the vitamin D, that is sources I'm talking about. The sources, the key sources for vitamin D is sun. 90% of the vitamin D is coming from there. The rest 10% is coming from the food, but not the regular food that we are. No vegetable contains vitamin D. No vegetable or fruits contain vitamin D. Only the seafood. The rest of the 10% is from the seafood, that is fish and other seafood. Salmon fish is the richest source of vitamin D as far as the food is concerned. Okay? But recently, why that hype is concerned about vitamin D, why it is becoming important? Because, as I said in the morning, that there are two types of functions of vitamin D, that is classical function and the non-classical function. Classical function is related to the bones, that is bone metabolism, bone formation, making the bones strong, and all related issues or diseases to bones, fractures, fallings, and others. This is, say for example, there is a disease in children which is called rickets. This is because of vitamin D deficiency. Even now, the children, those who are suffering, very rarely, they are coming to the clinic, and if they are given injections of vitamin D, become normal. The two types of rickets happens. There, at many places in the body, it can affect. It can affect mostly the knees. The knocking knees, the knees knocks, or the bowed legs. Okay? So this is the classical function of vitamin D. When we talk about the non-classical, other than the bone-related diseases, it is non-classical, and it is not limited to only one disease. You can name any disease, and vitamin D is involved there. Vitamin D deficiency is involved there. Whether it is neurological, it is cardiovascular, it is diabetes, it is a metabolic, or cancer even. It is involved everywhere. Okay? Now, I'm just briefing what I was going to present in my lecture. Okay? So it will be very easy if my slides works. It will be very easy for you to understand, and for me also, I can shorten my talk when my slides are ready. Okay? So, when I analyzed, actually, in the UAE, there was no guidelines of vitamin D. I am the first one to formulate the guidelines for UAE, including everything from 0 to 100 years of age of population, that how I categorized in different age groups, that what age groups took how much of the vitamin D, including the people, those who are working in mines and offshore in oil company in the sea, okay? And as far as the vitamin D level are concerned, I analyzed also the same range of population from 0 to 100 years and categorized into different groups from 0 to 12 years, 13 to 19 years, and so on into groups till 100 years, and measured their vitamin D levels. I found the lowest level in teenagers. You will be surprised to know. I analyzed the levels of population in 136 countries of the world, in more than 65,000 patients. And I found also the reason why in the teenagers it's lowest, I will discuss it later. And in the countries, when you analyze the levels of population country-wise, I analyze also continental-wise as well, which continent has the highest levels and which population of which country has the highest levels. You will be surprised to know that Colombia, when I went for analysis of the data, Colombia, there is a country in South America, they have the highest levels of vitamin D. I didn't know the reasons, but when I went to the internet and I Googled Colombia, so you will be able to know that Colombia is located on the equator, just sitting on the equator. What it means? Means that there is a sun all around the year. And their levels were the highest among all the countries, 136 countries that I analyzed. Okay? Now, coming to other diseases like, for example, in cardiovascular diseases, there is a remarkable reduction in cardiovascular diseases when vitamin D is on optimal range. Also, when we say optimal range, on what basis we say optimal range? We have the data of a tribe living in Kenya, Hazade. They are living naked, without clothes in jungles, partial clothes on the body. Okay, I will show you in the slides if it is ready. And their levels are the highest among all populations. And at the same time, they have very strong muscles, very good health, free from diseases like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancers. So that level, what we found in them, is taken as the optimal level. Below that, there are categories or grouped, like say insufficiency. Below that is deficiency. So most of the people in the world are suffering from insufficiency of vitamin D. But one can say, oh, I am deficient or I am insufficient, but I have no disease, I am healthy. This is a very often asked questions. Oh, I am not suffering from what? I am not suffering from any disease. How I can become a vitamin D deficient? Yeah, it is a slow disease. It doesn't appear. It doesn't appear in 1 day or 2 days or in a year or 2 years. Slowly, it works. The deficiency, adverse effects, they appear in a long time. Okay. So when there is a deficiency, then in the old age, also there is many people in old age, they suffer with vitamin D deficiency. And the reason is that the vitamin D receptors are less, vitamin D binding protein is less, their lifestyle is totally different, they are living in the ये मैंने मैक से बनाया, एप्पल से। अच्छा नहीं, मैंने एप्पल से बनाई थी स्लाइड्स ये। यस 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 यस। नहीं काम कर रहा था।
बस स्लाइड हटा दे
It should work here. Should work here.
बस स्लाइड्स आर वर्किंग नाउ
वो एक एप्पल का भी एक वो ले आते ना।
सर नहीं मालूम नहीं था कि एप्पल वालों
नहीं कोई भी दो ही तो सिस्टम है ना, एप्पल का है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का।
प्रोजेक्शन का वो नहीं आ रहा है प्रोजेक्शन पहले वो लगाओगे तभी एक प्रोजेक्शन आता है इसमें तो लगाओ यार कैसे नहीं आएगा एक को
ये स्लाइड वहाँ पे कन्वर्ट हो जाता है उस पर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वाले कंप्यूटर पर, फिर शिफ्ट कर दें इधर। ये ले
सर चलाइए ऑडियो दोनों चीज़ें
ऊपर वाला टॉप। हाँ अच्छा अब चल जाएगा शायद। नीचे हाँ हाँ। अब मैं इसको अगर दबाता हूँ, नहीं इसको आप वो ना करें, प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में करें, यहाँ से कट करके और इसको यहाँ से प्रेजेंटेशन मोड में करें और वहाँ पे आ गया। अच्छा ठीक है, अच्छा ठीक है, अच्छा हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। यस, at last we are successful. Thank you for hard work. So global vitamin D deficiency and its known non-skeletal health consequences. Learning objectives of this presentation: awareness of vitamin D, all about the sunshine vitamin, basics of vitamin D, in its source. What is the source? I have already briefed you: production, metabolism, and measurement. Metabolism measurement I will show you. Vitamin D deficiency, its role in non-skeletal diseases. The fat soluble, what is vitamin D? Is a fat soluble vitamin. There are two categories of vitamins: water soluble and fat soluble. Fat soluble vitamins, you can say vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin K, addict, okay? And the rest are the water soluble, the B and C and etc. Vitamin D is actually a steroidal hormone like estrogen or testosterone. Because of its actions and its potential, it is wrongly put it in the category of vitamins, but it is a hormone. It's very powerful. Okay? It stands alone as the only vitamin the body can produce on its own. No other vitamin is produced by the body, only the vitamin D is produced. And how it is produced, I'll just coming to that. It is often called the anti-rachitic factor in food. Vitamin D is called the sunshine vitamin. What is vitamin D deficiency? When vitamin D is in short supply, the various tissues and cells of our bodies cannot make enough calcitriol, that is the active form of vitamin D, to open up their DNA libraries adequately. And therefore, the functioning is thus impaired. Because there is insufficient amount of calcitriol in the body, so there is no, vitamin D is not working. This is the basis for multi-system manifestations of vitamin D deficiency. In children, it leads to rickets, as I said earlier. And in adults, it leads to osteomalacia and osteopenia, the bone pain and pain in the knees, and etc. As I said, 90% of the vitamin D is coming from the sun. So concentrate here. This is a beautiful slide. It is showing how the sunlight is coming to us and affecting us, and how much of vitamin D we are getting. From the sun, there are many kind of rays are coming. Ultraviolet rays, UVA, UVB, UVC, infrared, and so many. but only the UVB rays are responsible for induction of vitamin D in our body. UVA is not producing vitamin D or very, very little vitamin D. UVC doesn't make any vitamin D because it is not coming to us. It is released by the sun or it is produced by the sun, but it is not coming to us. But these are dangerous rays. These are very dangerous to us, causing cancers. And there is a natural control. You have heard ozone layer. Ozone layer is just absorbing these UVC, ultraviolet C rays, and they are not coming to us. Ozone layer is like an umbrella between us and the sun. Okay? Here it is showing different pictures in the bottom. There is a girl which is using abaya, but she is not getting vitamin D because the UVB rays, ultraviolet B rays are very sensitive and they cannot penetrate the abaya, burqa, umbrella, or any kind of cream if you are using on the body. So this girl is just getting very little, 80 international units. Okay? There is a baby which is lying without clothes and exposed to the sun, getting the full benefits of UVB. The whole UVB is interacting with the skin, the whole skin of the baby, and getting 20,000 international units. A woman who's bicycling and going under the sun, exposing 25% of the body to the sun, getting 10,000 international, which is required by us. We should have 10,000 international units every day. And she's getting that much amount. And there is another lady which is sitting in the room, and the room is fitted with the glass windows, but she is not getting any vitamin D because the UVB rays, as I said, are very sensitive. They cannot penetrate the glass windows. The sunlight is there inside, but no UVB rays, and there is zero production of vitamin D in this woman. Vitamin D deficiency is worsening the muscle weakness, glucose intolerance, when we talk about diabetes, asthma, cognitive impairment, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and causing rickets in children, bone pain in olds, depression, neurological disorders, and hypertension. Functions of vitamin D, as I said, classical and non-classical. You can see the picture in the middle. There are 3 boys. In the middle is a normal. Either side of this normal boy, there are 2 other boys which are suffering from rickets. They have the knocking knees and bowed legs. Down that, another picture is there, is a lady which is suffering from vitamin D deficiency, have abnormal development of female pelvis. And there is a normal childbirth is impossible if she is suffering from vitamin D deficiency. On the left side of the picture is showing a normal shape of female pelvis. These are the classical functions of vitamin D. Now coming to the non-classical functions, immune system, which is the biggest coverage of the roles of vitamin D are concerned. It is immunomodulation. In COVID-19, it was playing an important role. Nervous system, neurological, cancer, prevention of cardiovascular disease, allergy, diabetes, neurological disorders, autoimmune disease, and so on. These, I was talking about this tribe in Kenya, Nairobi, and other parts of Africa. They are living with partial clothes on the body, and their levels, you can see, were found 100 to 150 nanomole per liter. This is the unit that we measure vitamin D. At the nanogram, can you keep quiet, please? So, their levels are monitored in 2 units, the nanomole or nanogram. This is the nanomole unit. They are having the optimal levels of vitamin D. Okay? And what it indicates? Good muscle health, strength, good muscle strength, low cancer risk, low risk of autoimmune diseases, and high blood pressure and CVD. No disease of this kind in that. So this was taken as the optimal levels of vitamin D. Now, this is the key slide of this presentation. Concentrate on this one. For the students, you should understand this one. If you are with me, you will know and you will enjoy. Okay? Vitamin D, endocrine, autocrine, or paracrine pathways. My time was taken in the beginning, so it will be difficult for me to finish. Anyway, I will try. Thank you. So, as you see, the arrow, the blinking arrow is showing the flow of vitamin D in this picture. There are many kinds of rays, as I said, coming from the sun. Say vitamin D is coming from the sun, interacting with the skin. Okay? In skin, there is a precursor of cholesterol that is called 7-DHC, 7-dehydrocholesterol. And these rays are binding to this precursor, producing pre-vitamin D, then making vitamin D, binding to vitamin D binding protein, and then circulating in our blood circulation and reaching to the liver. The first point of vitamin D is the liver, where there is an enzyme present there, hydroxylase enzyme, which is just waiting to metabolize the vitamin D into 25-OHD. 25-OHD is the storage form of vitamin D and the vitamin D which we measure in the lab. When we want to know whether this person is sufficient, deficient, or optimal levels of vitamin D, we measure this form of vitamin D in the lab. Okay? So the first stage is the liver. This is this one. Any pointer here or? So you can see here in the liver, after the liver, this metabolized form of vitamin D, that is 25-OHD in the red circle, is flowing again through the blood to the second stage, that is the kidneys. Kidneys, the second stage, where there is another enzyme, that is 1-alpha hydroxylase, waiting to metabolize again 25-OHD, addition of 1 hydroxyl group, making it the active form of vitamin D, that is 1,25-dihydroxy vitamin D. Here, thank you. So this is the kidneys, where this 25-OHD is metabolized further in the second stage and converting 25-OHD into the 1,25-dihydroxy vitamin D, which is the active form of vitamin D. And the role of this vitamin D is intestinal absorption of calcium. That's why our bones become strong. PTH-mediated bone resorption, and renal calcium and phosphate excretion at the same time. But when we have sufficient amount of vitamin 25-OHD in our body, then what happens? That it is spilled over, or it flows to other targets, like, say, as I said, in the beginning, for many, many years, since the discovery of vitamin D, it was limited to only 3 locations, the prostate and kidneys and liver, etc. But now all the cells of the body contains the vitamin D receptor and the enzyme which is used to metabolize vitamin D. So that's what it is happening. It is spilled over to the other cells here. The skin, the prostate, the brain, the pancreas, the adipose tissues, the skeletal muscle, heart, colon, monocytes, macrophages, and neoplastic tissues, that in cancer cells, where it is metabolized again in the same fashion as in the kidneys. And then that 1,25-dihydroxy vitamin D is coming, the active form. And what happens then? This active form binds to its receptor. You can see here in the 3-dimensional structure, and this active form binds to its receptor, that is VDR. Okay? And all the actions and reactions come into effect after binding this active form of vitamin D to its receptor. And what happens? This form of vitamin D coming from the tissues and cells responsible for immunomodulation, autoimmune diseases, gene transcription, cardiovascular disease, and cancer prevention. That's why for the last 30 years, it is creating more interest into vitamin D because it has a lot of applications other than the bone diseases. I hope you understand. And this one, this part is remaining that I didn't talk about. Let us discuss this one. This one is showing after this slide. So this one is showing that other than the sun, this was the sun story that vitamin D is we are getting from the sun, but this one here is from the food that you take from your mouth. As I said, the salmon fish is the richest food source of vitamin D. This is a fatty fish which is called salmon fish. And also you can take vitamin D from the fortified milk and the capsules and injections and tablets, also the source of vitamin D. So when we take this vitamin D through our orally, then it goes to our digestive system where it binds to the chylomicrons. The chylomicrons, the another small peptides and proteins which it takes it to further metabolism. Okay? Here it is coming here. These are both D2 and D3 anyway. So this I am little concerned about the time. High risk population, I will skip this one. This one, can you see this one? This is a beautiful slide that how I started the HPLC and measurement of vitamin D. There was a 5 months old baby was supplemented with 10 drops per day of vitamin D2 for several months. When I tested this baby's blood, there was no D2, only D3 you see here. This is D3. There was no D2. So there was something wrong with the system. Chrome system is a German company which is developed this system. Then what I did, I played with the mobile phase, acetonitrile, alcohol and others. And then see here what I did. I found. I splitted that original peak into two. And this chromatogram is showing that this is D3 and this is D2. This is chromatogram of the earlier Chrome system vitamin D3 analysis kit. Though validated for vitamin D3 only, it was capable of separating vitamin D2. Okay? Then I warned this company that used in Germany. Or they called me there and they sent my ticket and then they understood everything because they don't have the access to the patients. And then they modified the technique and this is their technique finally. Anyway. So I think these are everything is important for me, but I don't know. This is consequences of vitamin D deficiency when we talk about neurological disorders. Okay, cognitive dysfunction, Alzheimer's disease, schizophrenia, depression, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, autism, stroke, epilepsy, is all they patients suffer with vitamin D deficiency. Here, multiple sclerosis is a disease of the brain. Okay, what happens that in this picture, you see here, this is a normal brain that neurons are working and message is passing from one end to other end without any problem. But when you have vitamin D deficiency, there is a myelin sheath. These are myelin sheaths which are broken. And therefore, there is no communication. There is no message passing by neurons. So this is called multiple sclerosis. This happened in the countries which are far, far away from equator, okay? Zero angle, and they have no sun and suffer with vitamin D deficiency. This is about, cancer. And this is vitamin D role in cancer, promote cellular differentiation, decrease cancer cell growth, stimulate apoptosis. Apoptosis, as you know, all this is in the cell death program. It's automatic cell death program. This is the picture which I'm showing. The 45 doctors were killed or died in the first wave of COVID-19 in the UK. And these all doctors were BAME, that the blacks, Asians, or minority ethnics, that is colored people. Ethnic colored people in the UK, colored ethnicity, they died during the first wave. And then we decided, the group of researchers from all over the world, including myself, that we should put our concerns to this one, our side, what we think about it, okay? And then we published this in BMJ. And we said this is because these people, these doctors were from different ethnicities, they were suffering from vitamin D deficiency, okay? Anyway, details, I will have short time. Then we also worked on COVID-19. We published in Virus Research these findings, okay? That vitamin D is playing a very important role. This is just last month that zinc also, there are certain people, those who are zinc deficient, so they need the addition of zinc and vitamin D in COVID-19, okay? This is the paper we published in 2018. I was talking about 136 countries that we analyzed, and the teenagers were having the lowest levels of vitamin D because they suffer. Of course, they play a lot in the outside, but most of the teenagers, they have soft drinks and smoking, that Pepsi and Cokes and others, and which is against the vitamin D. They lower. This is continental-wise vitamin D levels. These are the Europeans, which has the highest levels of vitamin D, and the lowest are the Asians, okay? These are the 30 countries of vitamin D. That is, well, I'm wrapping up. I'm not explaining fully because, okay? Yeah, these are the 30 countries, and I said that Colombia has the highest levels, which you can say the optimum levels of vitamin D in Colombians. And the next to Colombia is the UK. They are also, and there are reasons behind it. UK, they more awareness there, their lifestyle, their diet, and everything. Colombia, because I said, sitting on the equator, you can see here, this is the equator, and this is Colombia. Okay, there's sun all around the year. Okay, need to add vitamin D for each. I am wrapping up now. Maybe this is the last slide, or last two more. Need to add vitamin D for each of the following reasons. When we age, we have to have vitamin D. Latitude, how far you are from the equator, we have to have vitamin D. Seasonal variation, okay? Seasonal variation also very important. Body mass index, if you are obese, you have to take more vitamin D. Skin color also playing an important role. Avoiding sun for some reasons, yes. Toxicity, yeah. Vitamin D is not toxic in even very high quantities. This is the beauty of vitamin D. But in certain conditions, when somebody is working in vitamin D manufacturing unit or inhale a lot of vitamin D, or by accident a baby is given a very high dose of vitamin D, it is toxic, but toxicity is not life-threatening. There are vomiting and diarrhea and fever, that's it, and can be treated easily. Okay? Seasonal variation, this is a very important slide in the sense that in the UAE, whereas there is a sun all around the year, we divided into 4 seasons. This is the winter, spring, autumn, and summer. Summer is the lowest vitamin D, and winter is the highest vitamin D levels. This is America, see, and there is in the winter the lowest. So we are reverse. So we cannot use the guidelines prepared by Institute of Medicine or the Endocrine Society of America, because they are not applicable to the UAE or for example, I don't know the status of in the Indian population yet. Okay, so that leads us to make our own guidelines for the UAE, and then I did it in clinical practice guidelines for vitamin D in the United Arab Emirates. And just, this is a big study, a lot of data, but just one slide I took from this one, and recommended safety upper limits of vitamin D for various groups. Neonates and infants, 1,000 IU per day. For children age 1 to 10 years, 2,000 IU per day. children and adolescents age 11 to 18 years, 4,000 adults and elderly 4,000, obese adults, obese elderly people 10,000, okay, pregnant and breastfeeding women 4,000, and institutionalized people 5,000. Suggestions. Government-sponsored media programs with the aid of telemedia and print media conferences are required to educate the masses about the grim vitamin D deficiency status in India. Government as well as the private sector should extend support for research so that the impact of supplementation program and fortification strategies in actual practice may be studied and more monitored, and more efficacious ways are developed. Continued research and epidemiological studies are needed to demonstrate the status of vitamin D deficiency and its implication in general health. Vitamin D who's who. There is a website in Germany, and I'm lucky, or they recognized me. I'm lucky that they put me there on number 4 or 5. Okay, who is who in vitamin D in the world? And this is take-home messages. Since we are experiencing a global epidemic of vitamin D insufficiency, it is imperative that all individuals be encouraged to obtain vitamin D from either sunlight or supplementation, through fortification. All age groups required vitamin D. Public education should be provided. Optimal range of vitamin D is 75 to 80 nanomole per liter. For most populations, vitamin D is truly a remarkable and plays a key role in a wide variety range of physiological functions. Thank you very much. I love vitamin D3.
Thank you, sir, for an interesting lecture on vitamin D. Due to shortage of time, I request the audience, if you have any questions, you can take it during the lunch session. We will now move ahead with our next speaker, Mr. Naveen Kalra, who started his career in 1995 with Medisphere Marketing Private Limited, a company dealing He joined Solus Pharmaceuticals as Marketing Development Executive and later was promoted to Regional Brand Manager. He then started his first business venture of importing and marketing sports supplements, and he has now set up his first manufacturing unit of nutraceutical and Ayurvedic products at Manesar with a world-class manufacturing facility. So please welcome Mr. Naveen Kalra for the next lecture. Please join hands.
Thank you, Fozia. At this moment, I'd like to. बहुत सारे लोगों की बैटरी डाउन लग रही है मुझे, especially the young students. The surprising part is the people who are the speakers, they're full of energy, और जितने भी बच्चे हैं उनकी सबकी बैटरी डाउन हो गई. ऐसा क्यों? Can I know the reason? So let's all wake up. I'll not bore you. I'll not take much of your time. I know there are very eminent personalities. You should be thankful. I'll thank Dr. Huck for sharing so much information. See, understand the passion of the man. He has spent a whole lifetime in studying one molecule, vitamin D. So he deserves a big round of applause. As students, even if you are able to inculcate 1% of that passion, I'm sure you'll be successful in your life. अपनी ज़िंदगी में सक्सेसफुल होना है तो डॉक्टर हक से कुछ सीखिए कि पूरी ज़िंदगी उन्होंने अपने रिसर्च जो है एक मॉलिक्यूल पे अपने निकाल दी. Thank you to PRS Educational Trust for inviting me over. I don't deserve this stage, but I've been fortunate enough to be given this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Zeenat. Thank you to Jamia Hamdard, my college, my alumni, and all the teachers, all the eminent personalities who had spoken before me. So I will speak purely from your perspective. मैं यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कुछ सिखाने, कुछ बताने, कुछ वो करने नहीं आया. I'm going to speak only from your perspective. कि what are the future prospects? आप में से कितने लोग B Pharm कर रहे हैं? I think a majority of you. कुछ masters वाले भी होंगे, ज़रूर होंगे. So I'm going to speak purely from your perspective. I'm not going to teach you. I'm just here to open a little bit of your eyes as to what kind of opportunities exist in the market today. So let me start off. My topic is logistics and supply chain management in the pharmaceutical industry. अभी बहुत सारी discussion हुई है regarding good formulations, how the industry is working so hard, but ये सब चीज़ें बेकार हैं if they are not supported by logistics and supply chain management. मेरा पैशन जैसे डॉक्टर हक का रहा है रिसर्च ऑन विटामिन डी, मेरा भी एक पैशन रहा है. आई बीन इन्वॉल्व. मैं वैसे अपना इंट्रोडक्शन दे दूं, मैंने करियर अपना एज अ मेडिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव शुरू किया हुआ है. आई डिड नॉट वांट टू परस्यू माय मास्टर्स. इट वाज अ कॉन्शियस चॉइस. मेरे को मास्टर्स नहीं करना था. आई फेल्ट कि मैं मास्टर्स में अनफिट रहूँगा, तो इसलिए आई चोज टू गेट इनटू सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग. I learned from there. I worked till regional brand manager level there, worked in the product manager capacity. And then somehow, as fate would have it, one of my speakers said कि शायद सब कुछ आपकी ज़िंदगी में ऊपर वाले ने प्लान कर रखा होता है. तो by default I came into the logistics and supply chain industry. मेरी कोई प्लानिंग नहीं थी, but जैसे ऊपर वाले ने चाहा मैं यहाँ पे आ गया. So there are two parts now. I'm just going to give you a very broad overview, very short, very crisp. So logistics and supply chain management. So logistics is that aspect which only caters on the storage and supply of goods. Now it is a fast growing industry. Why I'm reaching on this topic is because the career avenues which you guys feel are there for you are very limited. But मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, education is meant to open windows and doors for you, not close them. तो अपनी दिमाग की खिड़कियां बंद मत कीजिए, खोलिए एंड लुक एट व्हाट इट्स अ ह्यूज वर्ल्ड, इट्स अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी. यू ऑलरेडी हैव अचीव्ड अ लॉट बाय गेटिंग एडमिशन इनटू बी फार्म, द बैचलर्स और द मास्टर्स डिग्री. अब आपको इसको आगे कैसे लेके जाना है, दैट इज इन योर हैंड. सो लॉजिस्टिक्स ओनली प्राइमरली फोकसेस ऑन द स्टोरेज एंड मूवमेंट ऑफ गुड्स. दिस इज द कंसेप्ट विच वॉज देयर 15 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. So it was not a very good career option. ये काम कोई भी कर सकता था. But now that move has come, वो move आ गया है from where we have moved from logistics into supply chain management. Now supply chain management is a all-inclusive term. यहाँ पे आपको planning भी करनी है, आपको storage भी करनी है, आपको dispatch भी करना है, आपको customer satisfaction भी ensure करनी है, and you have to ensure that each and every, right from production and going up to the delivery, everything is taken care of. So it's a very good career opportunity for you guys. So just give me 5-10 minutes and I'll take you very briefly. So what is the logistic industry based on? It is based on the 7 R's. So what are the 7 R's for you? Getting the right product in the right quantity, in the right condition. Now this is very, very important. Quantity and condition. So the condition is very important. This is where the role of the pharmacist. Understand, हम लोग एक normal commodity से deal नहीं कर रहे. We are not dealing with something which is like a आलू और a प्याज कि हमने किसी भी condition में हमको. The storage condition of any molecule is very, very, very important. So you guys, this is where the role of the pharmacist comes in. The unfortunate part of our industry today is कि हमारा major trade is controlled by people who are non-pharmacists, who do not understand the commodity they are handling. उनको ये नहीं पता कि ambient temperature under 25 degrees, 2 to 8 degrees, क्या storage condition है. और हमारे को understand, आपने एक बहुत अच्छी दवाई बनाई, you have created a very good product, but there will be certain conditions of storage attached to it. If you are not able to maintain those storage conditions, it is going to degrade. So the customer will not get what he is paying for. It will not produce the same effect for which it was formulated. So this is where the role of the pharmacist is most important. यहाँ पे. So the right condition at the right place, at the right time, to the right customer, and the biggest, वो at the right price. So these are the 7 R's of our industry, of my industry, and hopefully for your industry as well in the future. So like I told you, the focus has shifted from physical distribution of goods to supply chain management. So what are the key roles or what are the key components of a supply chain management? It is basically सेल्स एंड इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्टिंग। तो आपका रोल सिर्फ सप्लाई में नहीं है, यू हैव टू प्लान व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी द डिमांड, देयर आर गोइंग टू बी सीजनल वेरिएशंस। आप सबको पता होगा फ्लू, पैंडेमिक, कोविड वाज अ गुड लर्निंग, एवरीबडी हैज स्पोकन अबाउट द कोविड। दिस वाज द इंडस्ट्री which was working 24/7। सीरम इंस्टीट्यूट ने एक वैक्सीन बना दी, अगर लॉजिस्टिक्स एंड सप्लाई चेन इंडस्ट्री नहीं होती तो आप तक पहुंचती कैसे? So even despite all odds, whether it is the trucker, whether it was the airlines, हर छोटे आदमी ने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है। That is why all of us are sitting here vaccinated. So understand, supply chain is the backbone for growth for any company. So, and there are ample opportunities which exist. That is why I've chosen this topic to speak to you. So inventory management, how much to produce, in what season to produce, what time to produce, and where to distribute. So this is a very, very important learning for you guys, कि supply chain management offers huge potential for pharmacy graduates today. So I'll come to that at a later stage. Lowering inventory carrying cost. किसी को समझ में आती है inventory carrying cost क्या होती है, या मैं ज़्यादा बोल रहा हूँ? Can anybody explain to me what is inventory carrying cost? Any idea? No, no guesses. So should I explain? Okay, I'll explain to you. What is an inventory carrying cost? Everything which is produced carries a value. हर चीज़ जो हम बनाते हैं उसका एक वैल्यू क्रिएट किया जाता है। मान लीजिए मुझे 10 यूनिट चाहिए किसी आइटम के और मैंने 50 यूनिट बना लिए, तो आई एम कैरिंग एन इन्वेंट्री फॉर 5 मंथ्स। अगर मेरे को 10 यूनिट एक महीने में चाहिए और मैंने 50 यूनिट बना लिया, प्रोड्यूस कर लिए और मैंने अपने वेयर हाउस में रख लिए उसको, सो आई एम कैरिंग एन इन्वेंट्री ऑफ 5 मंथ्स। देयर माई कैपिटल गेट्स इन्वॉल्व, मेरा पैसा तो ब्लॉक हो गया उसको प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए, बट आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू रियलाइज दैट मनी फॉर द नेक्स्ट 5 मंथ्स। एवरी बैंक चार्जेस अ पर्टिकुलर इंटरेस्ट टू यू टू गिव यू मनी। तो ये भी हमारी एक इनपुट कॉस्ट होती है फॉर एनी इंडस्ट्री एंड स्पेशली फॉर द फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री, because the cost of production of certain specialized molecules is exceptionally high. बहुत ज़्यादा कॉस्ट के, कई बार एक सिंगल वायल 1-1 लाख, 1.5 लाख, 2-2 लाख रुपए का होता है। तो इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू मैनेज योर इन्वेंट्री कैरिंग कॉस्ट, कितना आप बना रहे हो एंड हाउ मच आर यू स्टोरिंग, सो दैट इट इज़ इनफ टू मीट डिमांड। आपकी डिमांड तो मीट कर रहा है, बट इट इज़ नॉट नेवर इन शॉर्टेज एंड नेवर इन एक्सेस। सो दिस इज वेयर द रोल of the pharmacy for the pharmacist comes in. You'll have to broaden your horizon. जो हम बात करते हैं कि interdisciplinary knowledge की, यहाँ पे वो रोल इसका बड़ा इफेक्टिव है। So planning and coordination for the forward and backward flow of services and goods from one point to the other. अब सीरम इंस्टीट्यूट का प्लांट महाराष्ट्र में, and the medicine is required in right from Jammu and Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and right from Gujarat going up to the northeastern states. तो आपने कैसे उसकी प्लानिंग करनी है, क्या है, what are the modes of transport? This is what supply chain management is all about. So what are the objectives of any supply chain management? So it is to ensure traceability. Again I tell you कि we are not dealing in a normal commodity. हम किसी भी normal commodity के साथ deal नहीं कर रहे. Suppose there is an adverse reaction, suppose there is some point where we need to, so हर आइटम के ऊपर, हर दवाई के ऊपर एक बैच नंबर लिखा जाता है। आप लोगों को रियलाइज करना पड़ेगा उस बैच नंबर की इंपॉर्टेंस क्या है, व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ दैट बैच नंबर। सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू इंश्योर द ट्रेसेबिलिटी राइट फ्रॉम द प्रोडक्शन वेयर इट इज प्रोड्यूस्ड टू द एंड कंज्यूमर। देयर हैज टू बी अ ट्रेसेबिलिटी ऑफ द product so that any good or bad effects can be studied at length. So storage hygiene, this is another place where the role of the pharmacist is very, very important. You have to understand कि मेरे को किस कंडीशन में कितनी साफ सफाई से प्रोटेक्ट, एक सिंपल वो लिखा होता है, आपने बहुत सारी दवाइयों पे पढ़ा था, प्रोटेक्ट फ्रॉम डायरेक्ट सनलाइट। आप लोगों ने सबने पढ़ा होगा, पर आपने सब फार्मा की दुकानों पे देखा होगा, सब केमिस्ट की दुकानों पे होगा कि ग्लास विंडोज होती हैं। आप लोगों ने देखा है? तो दिस इज वेयर द रोल, यू नीड टू एजुकेट योरसेल्फ एंड यू नीड टू एजुकेट द पर्सन हुज प्रैक्टिसिंग ऑल्सो कि व्हाट इज द रोल, क्यों हमको सनलाइट से इसको प्रोटेक्ट करना है। सो द स्टोरेज हाई, मेंटेनिंग कंडीशंस ऑफ स्टोरेज, जो मैंने आपको पहले भी एक्सप्लेन किया, बायोलॉजिकल्स हैं, फ्रिज में बहुत सारे दवाइयाँ आपने देखी होंगी. व्हाट इज द रीज़न हम रेफ्रिजरेटर में क्यों स्टोर करते हैं? इज रेफ्रिजरेटर द राइट ऑप्शन? क्या रेफ्रिजरेटर में स्टोर करना इज इट द राइट ऑप्शन? और अगर रेफ्रिजरेटर में इन अ कंट्री लाइक इंडिया वेयर देर आर सो मेनी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कट्स, हाउ डू वी मेंटेन द टेम्परेचर? क्या हमारे पास बैकअप्स हैं? हमने उसके साथ एक इन्वर्टर या एक जनरेटर लगा रखा है? तो दिस इज वेयर द रोल ऑफ, हम इंडस्ट्री को ब्लेम करते हैं कि फार्मा इंडस्ट्री इज नॉट गिविंग अस वैल्यू, हमें वो तनख्वाह नहीं मिल पाती, इवन दो वी आर प्रोफेशनल्स. बट हमने ये एनालाइज किया कि हम लोगों का क्या रोल है. आर वी फॉलोइंग व्हाट इज बीइंग टॉट टू अस? हम खुद तो प्रैक्टिस करते नहीं और हम पूरी इंडस्ट्री को ब्लेम करते हैं कि हमारी वैल्यू नहीं बनी. हमारी वैल्यू इसलिए नहीं बनी बिकॉज हमने अपनी वैल्यू खुद नहीं बनाई. सो लुक इनसाइड, learn and learn to practice what you are learning. That is very, very important. Lower costs, zero defects and faster delivery. So you have to lower the costs also. You have to ensure अगर आपकी proper inventory management होगी तो आपकी cost automatically lower होंगी. आपको zero defect, आप point, अगर डॉक्टर ने किसी को 0.25 वाली मेडिसिन लिखी है, आप इसको 0.5 नहीं दे सकते. So it has to be a zero defect kind of thing. आपको clear नहीं है, you can get in touch with the doctor. कोई problem नहीं है. And you have to ensure that it is the faster delivery. Again, so there are two parts to the supply chain management. Supply chain management के दो parts होते हैं. एक inbound supply chain management होती है और एक outbound supply chain management होती है. Before production, anything before production is known as a inbound supply chain management. So you have to be, here I'll take you through very briefly what is an inbound SCM activity. So identifying the source of a supplier. अभी मेरे से पहले डॉक्टर राजीव रघुवंशी ने भी बोला कि हम we are in the news for the wrong reasons. हम बहुत सारे गलत कारणों से आजकल there have been a couple of incidences where it has been found that drugs produced in India have caused some side effects. So identifying the right source of supplier. See, understand, every manufacturer cannot produce everything. So हमको कहीं ना कहीं से तो खरीदना पड़ेगा. So identifying the right supplier is very, very, very important. This is a part of the supply chain manager. Order processing and procurement. This involves analyzing the requirements, negotiating pricing and placing orders. ये self-explanatory है कि once we have identified the source, हमको order place करना है और हमको उससे material मंगवाना है. Transportation. Now transportation is very, very important again. There are some products which are temperature sensitive. There are some products which have ambient temperature conditions. So मेरे को कौन सा mode of transport plan, ये सब जो role है, if you have that interdisciplinary knowledge, अगर आप hungry हो उस knowledge को लेने के लिए, तो this is a very important part. This can be a very good career option for all of you. So material handling. Again, once you have purchased the material, उसको आपको handle भी करना आना चाहिए कि हमारे को कैसे store करना है उसको, किस कंडीशन में स्टोर करना है, व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड, व्हाट इज नॉट. सबसे पहले आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा व्हाट आर दी स्टोरेज कंडीशंस. जब तक आप पढ़ोगे नहीं, आप इंप्लीमेंट उसको कर नहीं पाओगे. एंड सुपरफिशियल नॉलेज अगर नहीं पता, यू शुड आस्क. नेवर बी अफ्रेड ऑफ आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस. इफ यू डोंट नो एनीथिंग, गो हेड एंड आस्क. ये मत सोचो कि सामने वाला क्या सोचेगा. लेट हिम व्हाट एवर, एटलीस्ट यू विल बी एनहांसिंग योर नॉलेज. एंड अभी बोला गया, नॉलेज नेवर हर्ट्स, हमेशा आपको फायदा ही देगी. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay, inventory management. What kind of quantity and location of raw materials? अब मान लीजिए मेरा प्लांट दिल्ली में है, let us suppose, और मेरा रॉ मटेरियल मैं बॉम्बे में स्टोर करके रखूंगा. So this is an impractical part. So again, these are very self-explanatory basic things जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ supply chain management को लेके. Distribution is the process of getting supplies to the right places inside of the company. अभी हम inbound supply chain management की बात कर रहे हैं. तो within the company also there will be different departments. There will be an R&D, there will be a pre-production stage, there will be a production department. तो आपको ये प्लान करना है कि कौन सी स्टेज में, कौन से प्लेस में, कौन सा रॉ मटेरियल किस जगह पे. रॉ मटेरियल, पैकेजिंग मटेरियल, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं. पैकेजिंग बोथ इन टर्म्स ऑफ द एक्टिव पैकेजिंग मटेरियल एज वेल एज द सेकेंडरी पैकेजिंग मटेरियल. ये सब चीज़ें आपको, दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ द सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट. ट्रैकिंग, monitoring information about incoming orders including their location and supporting reorders like receipts. Receipts are very important. बहुत जरूरी है कि आप उसको ट्रेसेबिलिटी, मैंने पीछे एक पॉइंट बोला था ट्रेसेबिलिटी, आपने किस वेंडर से कौन सी चीज़ खरीदी. वी कैनॉट मिक्स टू वेंडर्स. हम एक ही आइटम दो वेंडर से ले सकते हैं बट दोनों का स्टोरेज हमारे को अलग अलग करना पड़ेगा. ये सब टेक्निकल पॉइंट्स हैं. Why I am discussing with this with you guys is because, like I said, this is going to be a very good career options if you keep your eyes and ears open. So next slide. Warehousing. To fulfill demand, a business keeps a specific amount of finished inventories. Now I am going to the outbound supply chain management. So once we have collected the materials, we have collected the packaging material, हमने वो करके we have followed the due process, हमने एक material, एक दवाई बना लिया हमने, उसके बाद then what I need to do. So I need to keep, understand, मैं हर need पे दवाई नहीं बना सकता. There is a batch. There, every machine will have a manufacturing capability. So मान लीजिए there is a 250 kg batch. हो सकता है उसमें से 10 लाख टैबलेट बने या 15 लाख टैबलेट बने. I might not have any requirement for everything. So where to keep? India is a big market. Like I said, we have got a huge geographical spread. So what quantities to keep at what places? This is going to be Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Calcutta. These are the metros. तो यहाँ पे demand generally सबसे ज़्यादा रहती है. तो ये हमारे को over a period of time we get to experience कि what to keep, where, and in how much quantity. Inventory management, I've already spoken to you guys कि what is the inventory management optimal. We should not keep more than, ideally, all companies aim to keep not more than 45 days inventory, not more than. 45 days is also on the higher side. But generally, आज की date में, the process is such, because of the logistical challenge, we keep 60 days to 75 days inventory, एक industry में norm है. But the ideal situation is not more than 45 days of inventory. So, again, transportation, like I told you, explained to you earlier also, what is the transportation, what to use, what mode to use. मुझे truck में माल भेजना है, मुझे refer vehicle में भेजना है या मुझे airplane में भेजना है. So it will all depend. Now this outbound will also include the international movements of goods. ये don't consider it only on a India scale. Consider it SCM, because sourcing today it's a globalized world. तो आप source भी internationally कर सकते हैं और supply भी आप internationally कर सकते हैं. So all these things are very very important. Delivery, orders जो आपके पास user आए हैं वो right quantity में आपको cater करना, that is also a part of the supply chain management and reverse logistics. Now in a country like India, reverse logistics is very very important. What is reverse logistics? कोई reverse logistics समझा सकता है मुझे? What is reverse logistics? Any idea? Any guesses? कोई guess कर पाएगा कि what is a reverse logistic? बोलिए बोलिए खुल के बोलिए यार. Don't be afraid. Anything you have in mind? Any suggestions? Any वो? Return logistics. Okay, good. ये करके. So reverse logistics. Suppose I produce something, and it gets spoiled on the way. It does not reach the customer on its way. It gets expired while in storage. India is a country where even the expiries are taken back by the company. So whether it is not of the proper quantity or मैं आपको ये भी बोल रहा हूँ, कई बार there is a recall also. Sometimes companies need to recall. They get to know at a later stage that there is some minor defect with the product. So reverse logistic will happen only if you have the traceability. अगर आपको पता है कि आपने material कहाँ पे बेच रखा है. So traceability, reverse logistics, everything is all interlinked. So what is the current Indian supply chain scenario? मैं ये छोटे से figures हैं जो आपको बता रहा हूँ. Current Indian GDP, this is across all वो करके, gross domestic product is 272.04 lakh crores. ये हमारा gross domestic product है. And what are the current logistics costs? The current logistics costs in India are amongst the highest in the world. We spend 14%. अगर मैं 100 रुपए की कोई चीज़ बनाता हूँ तो मैं 14 रुपए उसको right place, right time पे पहुँचाने के लिए खर्च कर देता हूँ, which is highest in the world. Generally, all countries aim at a 8 to 8.5% logistics and supply chain cost. So if I reduce it by 1%, I save 2.72 lakh crores. And if I reduce it by 2%, we'll make it 5.44 lakh crores. So you understand what is going to be the cost reduction. Why India is not competitive? I'm not saying in the pharma industry. We are very competitive in the pharma industry because we have the scale. But we can be even more competitive. Why China is more competitive than us? Because of all these things. Their logistics costs are far, far lower than our costs. So that is why, especially in the pharma industry, the role of a supply chain manager is very, very critical. Okay. So like I said, logistics and supply chain management are the backbone for any industry. आपने सीरम इंस्टीट्यूट ने, भारत सीरम ने, एक्स कंपनी ने, वाई कंपनी ने बहुत अच्छी वैक्सीन बना दी, आप तक पहुंचेगी नहीं तो हाउ विल यू यूज इट? बेसिक क्वेश्चन. So you are not going to travel to Pune or to Hyderabad to get the vaccination done. So the vaccine has to come to you. So for any industry, logistics and the companies are now realizing this. पहले ये एक neglected field था, but now the companies are realizing. So India is a supply chain hub. We are known as the pharmacy to the world. So we are known as the pharmacy to the world. So we should feel a matter of pride that we are from the pharma industry, you are from the pharma academics, and we are the pharmacy to the world. Onset of digitalization and globalization, like I told, अब ये concept नहीं रह गया. ये जो जितनी भी बातें कर रहा हूँ, it's not on an India perspective, it is on a worldwide perspective. So we can buy from X country and sell it to Y country. So this is the scale of operations which is happening now. Now locally what has changed? Changes in taxation law. अभी आप लोगों को शायद उतना understanding नहीं होगा, but once you come down into the market, आप understand करोगे what is the changes in the taxation. Now there is one more important thing which is coming up, which is the good distribution practices. अभी तक आपके पास good manufacturing practices होती थी, अब आपकी good distribution practices are also getting notified. Very, very soon, good distribution practices are also getting notified. So there, the role of the pharmacist in understanding the commodity is going to be very, 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 very important. अभी तक जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बोला, you have made विटामिन डी पे डॉक्टर हक ने इतनी सारी बात करी, मैंने विटामिन डी बनाया और उसको धूप में स्टोर कर लिया. It is going to lose its efficacy. So the good distribution practice norms, how it is transported, how it is stored, how it is delivered is all going to be very, very important. So this is a very, very key development for the pharmacist. If you grab this opportunity, this is going to be, the sky is going to be the limit for you guys. Again, the awareness amongst the customers is rising. The education levels are improving. The awareness in the customers are rising. So they are very particular as to what they will buy. आप भी जाते होंगे, आप भी देखते होंगे, एक्सपायरी चेक करते हैं, ये सब चीज़ें, सॉरी, आप भी एक्सपायरी चेक करते हैं, ये सब चीज़ें देखते हैं. So these are very important parameters. Now, what are the opportunity areas for you guys? There is a growing influx of capital in the supply chain and distribution industry. Huge warehouses are coming in. आज से 5 साल पहले, 10 साल पहले किसी ने सोचा था Amazon एक दिन में डिलीवरी करेगा? Blinkit 5 minutes डिलीवरी. कौन कौन किसने Blinkit यूज किया है? 15 minutes, 20 minutes डिलीवरी. आज दूध का पैकेट खत्म होता है, ऑर्डर किया Blinkit पे 10 मिनट में. 5 साल पहले it was unthinkable. It was unthinkable that we will get these kind of deliverables to our house. Now the same chain, the ball has been set in motion. So the same is going to hold true for the pharma industry as well. We are a regulated industry. हम ऐसे घर पे delivery नहीं कर सकते. We have to go through a prescription. But even then we will have to improve our deliverables. हमारे को अपनी delivery times within the set parameters हमारे को improve करनी पड़ेगी. Like I said, the awareness in the companies about supply chain management is growing. It is hugely, hugely growing. So you guys have got, जो हमारे पास opportunity नहीं थी आज से 20 साल पहले, वो आप लोगों के पास एक golden opportunity खड़ी है that you can make a good career in the supply chain management industry. Again, rapidly changing business dynamics of both the retail and distribution. Again, ये शायद आप लोगों के level तक अभी तक percolate नहीं होगा, but there are, ये तो आप लोगों को पता होगा, a lot of retail chains are coming in. आपको ये पता होगा, Apollo is one, Reliance Netmeds is physical stores भी अब खोल रहे हैं, Tata is planning, 1mg is planning their own physical stores. So the style of doing business is changing. If the style is changing, the dynamics will also change. पहले एक केमिस्ट होता था, किसी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का ऑर्डर करता था. नाउ इट इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ 10 or 20 or 40 pharmacies which are big वो करके. So they need supply chain managers to manage those supplies. So okay. So it is a high growth opportunity area. This is a very, very high growth opportunity area for you guys. Relatively low entry barriers. आज की डेट में बहुत सारे entry barriers नहीं हैं इसके अंदर. If you apply for a post, you have a pharmacy background, 99% all companies will be willing to take you in and train you for this. Again, like I said, ample resources are available. Lot of the IIMs, the MBAs, institutes are now offering specialized courses in supply chain management. So it is going to be my like Dr. Raghuvanshi and a few speakers said, don't be afraid of changing, don't be afraid of risks. You have done B.Pharm, fine. But then you should be able to upgrade and enhance your knowledge into a different field altogether as well. So take that opportunity, and if you feel that this is a good option for you, this will set you apart. हमारे साथ क्या प्रॉब्लम है? We don't think beyond teaching or sales or marketing. इससे ज़्यादा हम सोचते नहीं है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन के बारे में सोचते हैं. Teaching is one option. ये करके तो ये सब चीज़ें छोड़ के if you want a good exciting career, you can move into a different field altogether. So and switch is possible within various industries. अब ये जरूरी नहीं है कि आपने सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट पे कोर्स कर लिया तो आपने सिर्फ फार्मेसी विल गिव यू एन एडिशनल एज. यू आर वेरी सूटेबल फॉर अ फार्मर रोल. बट अगर आपको एफएमसीजी इंडस्ट्री में जाना है, कंज्यूमर ड्यूरेबल्स में जाना है, किसी में भी जाना है, यू कैन वेरी इजीली स्विच दैट रोल. एंड इट इज फ्यूचर प्रूफ, इट इज ग्रोइंग. So at least for the next 50 years, you will have ample opportunity which is there, because India is just growing as a market of organized logistics and supply chain. So it is going to be good career opportunities for all of you. I'll close here. Thank you very much. I hope I've been able to help you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naveen, for enlightening the students about various career options. I would like to request Professor Shahriyar sir to kindly felicitate the speaker, Mr. Naveen Kalra sir. A huge round of applause, everybody.
मैं 2 मिनट और लूंगा आप लोगों के. ये जो सज्जन आप मेरे साथ में देख रहे हैं, अब सज्जन है दुर्जन है मुझे नहीं पता. स्टूडेंट्स के लिए तो बहुत दुर्जन ही होंगे, आई एम श्योर फॉर जामिया हमदर्द स्टूडेंट्स. बट ही इज माई ब्रदर. वी आर क्लासमेट्स एंड वी हैव स्पेंट सो मच टाइम टुगेदर. मतलब कि शायद एक हफ्ता नहीं निकलता when we don't. There are months when we don't speak to each other for months together. But heart of hearts, we are always there for each other. So thanks to him that I am on this stage. मैंने बोला कि मैं इस लायक नहीं हूँ कि मैं स्टेज पे इस मंच पे खड़ा हो सकूँ. I am a practical man.
That he doesn't.
करके मैं I am
He is not of this life.
करके
He deserves to be here.
करके. So thank you very much, Dr. Shahriyar, for calling me over. It's been a pleasure. And नहीं मेरे लिए सबके सामने तो डॉक्टर शहरियार, अकेले में जो मर्जी चलेगा. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us. Nice, lovely. So it is a reverse, basically. I wish.
I should felicitate.
I now request everybody to please join for lunch. And I request everyone to please, we will continue with the scientific sessions post-lunch, so please join back 30 minutes later. As soon as possible.
Next, we have Dr. Rinku Kalra. Dr. Rinku Kalra brings 21 years of working experience in pharmaceutical industry. She's been a part of the intellectual property team for over 11 years in Sun Pharmaceuticals Industries, earnest with Ranbaxy, extensive work in opportunity identification. She represented her company in the IPR committee at FICCI. Over the last 10 years, she has been a part of the project management team at Sun Pharma. She is an alumni of Jamia Hamdard. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So first of all, thanks to my friends, my peers, my fellow students, while we were pursuing our B.Pharm, M.Pharm and our PhD in Jamia Hamdard, and the eminent guest of honor and the other guest of honors who've left right now, and welcome all the students here. I know the session here is going to be a little dull. It's a session after lunch, which is the most difficult session to hold. So, but I think it would be interesting because I don't have so much of running text. It's majorly more of a figurative presentation. And I think the more questions that you can keep ready for me, because I represent industry also, it would be better. It would be better to take up more questions than I speaking up so much for you. So, okay, so I represent Jamia Hamdard, I represent Ranbaxy, I represent Sun Pharma. So it's been a long journey from doing my B.Pharm, my M.Pharm, my PhD, and also being a part of the two biggest pharmaceutical companies, the biggest generic in the what India has given. It was Ranbaxy earlier, and later on when Sun took it, it's Sun Pharmaceuticals now. So what I want to bring to the table is that you've been coming for your interviews, you've been preparing for a session like when do we go to the industry, when do we get that jobs there, how do we proceed, how do we go and approach people there. So this is something what I bring from the other side is what the industry expects out of you. So what are we looking for when we invite you for our openings, job openings? What are we going to do as whenever we are called for the placements for our career cells probably, which have been organized now at Jamia Hamdard. So this would be an excellent session where probably if you have more questions, I'll be happy to take. So we've heard our morning session that Indian pharmaceutical industry is called the pharmacy of the world. We've been giving them generics on and on, the low-cost generics, and that is how the other countries are surviving. India is the biggest generic supplier to almost all the major countries in the world, with we supplying to around 200 countries in the world now. And it's not only US, the emerging markets is picking up hugely now. And it's not only external parties which we cater to. India itself is such a big market. And I don't know how much you realize that giving back to India is a bigger potential than giving back to US. They are looking at something which they've already made. India looks at branded generics. So why is it that India is so unique? Why is it called the pharmacy of the world? Because we give the world branded generics. And how many of you realize, or how many of you can just give me an answer, or what is a branded generic? I think people who are in their final years of B.Pharm and their initial sessions of M.Pharm, if anyone can answer. What is a branded generic? Let's change the topic. What are differentiated products? Anyone who can answer what are differentiated products? So what do you think India sells? Why do you see so many brands in India apart from the innovator brand coming in? But you don't see that in US. US you have a brand or you have a generic. So generic is sold by under a generic name.
But India, you have brands of different companies coming in. How is it possible that they are also giving a brand name to a product that is almost being sold for so many years by another branded company? So why is it called a branded generic? Because from normal generics in India is like you just go ahead, make a copy of what is selling, don't do anything about it, it's just a copy. That's a regular generic which you sell in India. But for branded generics, when you have brand names assigned to it, you have to do something extra. So you have to prove to the DCGI that you are doing something special about it. You are changing the dosage form, you are changing the dosage regimen, you are changing the polymorph, you are changing something about it. So you are practically giving a differentiated product for the already existing market. And why is it selling so much? It sells because you don't have to do everything about safety. So the innovators spend so much money on generating safety data, which you don't need to do for branded generics. It's already there. So the safety is already proven. The only thing that you need to now give is your efficacy, which you need to do either a small trial, say in 200 to 300 patients, do a small study, submit to the DCGI and get an approval. You have your brand name associated with it. So that's what a branded generic is. And Indian generic companies who are like top 10 companies generally sell the branded generics. The regular generics are the generics that are coming from A, B, C, D, any smaller parties where sometimes you don't know how the quality of the dosage form would be. The other thing why India becomes so important is that we already had a setup of formulation manufacturing units. Everybody here knows that we have several manufacturing plants all across India. Even government has been supporting because we have plants in SEZ areas where you are given tax benefits to go and make medicines there. So when you are setting up your manufacturing plants, it involves a lot of money, but you are being given a tax regimen. That's why India has, that's why hubs like Guwahati or you can say Sikkim, those areas have been now receiving SEZ areas categories. And you can get tax benefits around 20% on what you're making. So that gives a lot of, it's very lucrative for the manufacturing units to go and set up their plants there. It not only generates medicines for the whole country, it also generates employment in those areas where no one wants to actually go and set up. And third is the price levels. So it's, when we are supplying outside, whatever sells for $100 a strip will always come down to $1. When you are selling generics, it comes down, and probably it's a very, very small difference which I'm showing. So there was a brand which sells 30 tablets for 4,500 USD. When Indian generics enter, the price came down to 12 USD for 30 tablets. So you can imagine what kind of generics, what kind of price drop the generics bring about in the US markets. This reduces the burden on the governments, and it also reduces the burdens on the co-payers, which are the normal users. So we have been ranked third in the world, the number 3 country. But we still are very far behind in the value. We don't give so much to the world as we are supposed to give, as our name comes out to be. So why is it happening? So according to Ernst & Young's report, they have, in 2021, they have released a report in collaboration with FICCI, and they have taken inputs from the major players in the pharma industry. And that's a report which is available publicly, so all of you can download and read it. It's a very informative report. They say that while Indian companies should continue to maintain their position, but they cannot rely only on generics. So we are growing, but we will not be able to maintain our position for long. We'll have to do something about it. So what is it that the report is suggesting? It's saying that let's now go into complex generics, specialty pharma, going into vaccines, which we've shown in the COVID-19 times, and novel biological drugs. I don't know how many of you have ever worked on a biological drug, and if anyone has, can someone raise a hand and tell me how difficult it is, or how is it different from handling of normal drugs? So this is what the industry people are telling. If you don't get talent that has worked on specialty goods, how will the industry hire you? So this is exactly what the industry wants to bring to the table. Whenever we come scouting for people, the new headcounts, what is the industry expecting out of you people to study? It's the routine things which are going to be there, it's always there. But what is with new growing population and the new people coming in, I don't know how many people were cited. There are 9 lakh pharmacists here. So how, if you have to choose somebody out of them, how will you choose? How will you become a differentiating factor? You have to study that. You have to be more informative about the new dosage forms, have tested waters into that, have worked on that, and know about that. But what is the challenge which the government says? And even the Ernst & Young report says. They say that there is a dearth of talent, there is less expertise, there is less skill set that needs to be employed. If we have to get in people and we have to train them for 10 years before they become ready for handling a biological drug, how will the industry accept? So this is what the industry brings, that whenever you find your curriculum not training you about the drugs, this is step outside of your comfort zone, which is what we've heard for the entire session. You have to step out, and you have to read about your specialty products very carefully. And it's not only the product designing team which I'm talking about, it's right from the start of the natural products, the new chemical entities, the new processes, the new APIs, which you call that, and leading up to the final product, and also leading up to what trials you do on that product. You've been fortunate enough to get a facility that trains you on doing some kind of clinical work as well, handling animals as well. So it's something that you should be putting in your thesis work, especially for the M.Pharm students, and for the B.Pharm to get a idea of what is happening. So it's not just visiting the animal house and seeing what animals are there. You need to understand why this animal is being taken up for a study. And what can you do if you take up this animal study as a part of your next level program. So how do you develop industry-ready talent? This is what I think everybody has told you in the morning also. We should have more interaction with the industry people. I think you should sit down with the industry people before your projects get finalized. It should have something from the industry getting into your programs. I know you are doing excellent work. Everybody's thesis gets published, papers get published, you go outside, present papers. But is it leading to something contributing to the industry? I think that is where we all fail a little. So when I was giving my PhD viva and I had worked on a transmucosal drug delivery system, the person who was taking my viva had come from the industry. The first question I received on this viva was, have you tested the carbomer content? Have you added the carbomer content according to GRAS? How many of you know what is GRAS? Anyone? So at that time, I did not know. So just imagine that if the first thing that you enter into industry and you're taught about what are the regulations, how do you make the medicines? It's not that everything you make on your, standing on your lab table or your lab bench will go to the market or will be acceptable to the regulators. The first thing you realized is that you have never even thought about what concentration of carbomer are you adding. So what was the next question? What was the rationale of adding this much concentration of carbomer? Because so many people had added it, so many papers which I studied, they had used this concentration. Do you think that was a good answer to give when you're doing your PhD? It doesn't gel well with the industry at all. They would not like to listen to such an answer. So being a good formulator, getting dosage forms developed and published in such renowned journals will only get you till as much. Knowing about what all goes into getting this approved also from an agency will make your life better and will it will suit you better when you go for an interview, and these questions come up even for your viva or any of the industry interview. Next is the industry design training programs. So I think government has taken some initiative. So I have an example also here where Amazon has also launched the academy, and many people are now very big companies are launching their academies where they are training people on what do you do as a project so that your project gets, at least the industry takes notice of your project. It gives them interest that you are doing something well. It doesn't necessarily need to add and get into an approval mode from, say, a highest authority, but it needs to just catch an attention of the person who's interviewing you. Next is your speaker sessions, workshops. Workshops would be better rather than just we speaking and you people listening. And next is train the trainer. So the most important burden lies upon the teachers who are mentoring your projects. I think they are the ones who should be taught first. I am sorry, they are all my friends. But it is what we have gone through, I have learned through, it's a personal experience that this is what the industry wants. If you get such industry-linked projects at your table and your teachers are well trained to guide you through it, I think that would be a better option to do. Okay, so enough of material here. Let's come down to the Indian pharmaceutical industry. So what does the industry constitute of? It has API, your drug substance, which you generally prepare in the chemistry lab. Then you have branded generics, which is the differentiated molecule formulations. New one is getting attention in India is the CDMO, which is like growing at a very fast pace because of the price pressure. So I think external, or if you say the companies outside US, they are outside India charge much more for manufacturing a drug than any Indian companies do. So more and more functions, more and more companies are getting into the CDMO business, which is the contract manufacturing. Another part of the business which the pharmaceutical industry sees, and this is the major part, which is the formulation, which is your regular generics which you make. And also now the Indian companies have forayed into biologics, Biocon being one of them. They are, I don't know how many of you heard trastuzumab during the COVID. So have you heard of that drug? The monoclonal antibody which was used extensively during the COVID time. So similar type of biologics are getting into Indian markets. There is insulin that got an approval, but it was litigated later on. So insulin is one of them, which I think Biocon has done a great job in that. So what happens? How does an industry choose a particular product to develop? Why is it that some of the companies are working on certain set of projects, some of them will be working on something else? You will see approvals from US FDA for a particular product by one of the company, but not by the other. They would have another set of products. So what does it help in selecting the product for making or working on it? It is like, first of all, is your financial advantage. If the product is selling in tons and tons throughout the year and your annual sales are going to be more, when you are filing this and you work on it as a generic, even if you spend crores and crores on developing a generic, you would still earn back the volume. But if your product is going to be very small in volume when you go and sell it in the market, or the number of players are going to be 50, it's not making any business sense to major players. So your product gets dropped at the first level itself. Second is your patent regime. When can you enter? Can you work on this product? How much time will it take? Like if a patent is going till 36, do you want to still make a product which you will keep on waiting and then enter in 36? Can you litigate on this product? Are you sure of litigating on this product? So, and if you litigate, will there be other companies who would be coming in, or will you get an added advantage or an exclusivity in the market? US gives first filer a 6-month exclusivity. So apart from the innovator, you are the only one for 6 months in the market. And that is what the whole generic company fights about. Why is it that companies fight about getting the product filed on the day one? It's because the first filer and the first approver. The first approval to that generic will get you 6 months of exclusive stay in that market. You will be the only person who will be selling apart from the innovator. That kind of exclusivity is where these are the highest picked up products by the Indian industry. Next is your company capable of making it? Or would you have to spend 100 crores in setting up the manufacturing facility? If your plants are capable, if your labs are capable, if it is easier done, so not 100, but if you can just do it in say 12 or 15 crores rupees in investment in your plants, I think that's also a very good opportunity, because the number of players who would be able to spend that money will be less. So this is how the companies come and make a decision on selection of the product. Then what is the complexity? Is it doable? Is your team so skilled to break that patent and make a new process out of it for your API? Or make a new formulation and still be bioequivalent to that innovator? So generics have a very big role to play. If anyone understands what is bioequivalence and what it gets to be matching the innovator, it's like it looks like a very simple sentence. You will have to match the innovator product in equivalence. But do you know how much time does the industry spend in order to match that equivalence? And why? Because it takes somewhere around 20 to 24 months in matching that product. Bringing a bioequivalent product to somebody else's good or bad product. So the innovator product might be good, might be bad, but you will have to match it in any way. And in that matching, you will have to take care of not following the same process, not probably using the same API, not probably using the same formulation. You might have to change the formulation. So this is how the generic companies operate. It's not pure research, but yeah, it is something that you will have to spend 20 to 24 months around it. And this is a more difficult part, to match the bioequivalence than to prepare your own new product and launch in the market. And what is the expected competition? If there are 15 parties, it's a simple molecule, it's a simple product, and 15 parties would be entering the US market like you do. So I think some of the companies stop the work at that time. It's not going to be lucrative, because if you all are going to sell at $1, it's not, and you have to later on bring down the price because of the pricing competition in US, you will have to withdraw the product later on. So this is just a small depiction of product development cycle in a pharmaceutical company. What happens is the prototype development at R&D. What you do when the MPharm Pharmaceutics does is prepare a dosage form, and you prepare your whole thesis around it, your whole project work. That is the prototype for any further product work you can take up. That is called a prototype, because you've not done the further studies on it. What you've done is made a batch of say 1,000 or 2,000 units and done some studies on it, and published enough papers to just be there, just show that you've done some work. But what happens is in the industry is after this prototype development, everything happens later on. Going from 1,000 tablet batch to 2 lakh tablet batch is where your engineering team steps in. So what was the intertwining of departments and areas like engineering people coming in doing the formulation is what Dr. Rajiv meant in the morning. This is where your plants hire more engineers than pharmacists, because you've already done the prototype making. Now what requires to be done is scaling that up. And if people think that just we've got it ready, we've made it, they're so absolutely naive around it right now. Going to another scale is a whole new science. And this is the science which probably the whole industry is missing right now. We are hiring people from other sets of chemical engineering, polymer engineering, and everybody. Why can't a pharmaceutical background person learn or get an expertise on this set of area? So this is one field probably I would want at least the pharmaceutics students in the M-Pharm, and anyone from B-Pharm who's just planning to do their M-Pharms in pharmaceutics to be careful about. They should be giving a thought about it, because this is an upcoming area. We have lots and lots of vacancies in this area, and it requires lots of efforts by people. And person who's already studied what tableting is, what capsule filling is, these are very simple dosage forms for you people. When you're making it in the lab, it's a very simple dosage form. But it's not a very simple dosage form to scale. You will see a whole batch getting chipped, a whole batch failing on stability because you've not added enough water. The whole batch crumbling because you've not added proper water, proper binder, the concentration of anything can go wrong. And the whole batch drowns. We've seen that happening every day. So this is one field where manufacturing scale-up batches brings a lot of area where there is a vacuum right now. Next is your PK scientists who are doing your bioequivalence study. I think many of us know what PK pharmacokinetics is. We always start our third year where we say what is PK. What is PK? What is pharmacokinetics? What is Cmax? What is Tmax? Everybody would have heard this. What is Cmax? What is Tmax? So this is where you stand. This is where you have to prove that this is the innovator product. Now we have to dose that product and compare it with our product. So when you match the Cmax, you match the Tmax, you match the AUC, that is when you say that your product is bioequivalent. People who are doing this work and people who are analyzing the blood samples, the bioanalytical part is also another area where people can look into. So I'm not touching the regular formulation, the regular API, the regular analytical part which you people are looking forward to from the industry. It's like specialization in these areas when you need to study more. There is a lot of people fail bioequivalent studies in their first trials, in their second trials, and probably for very complex molecules, people do around 4 to 5 bioequivalence trials before going and filing their product, before getting a bioequivalent product. What is it that, why is it that your product is failing? You're matching, you're making everything similar, your dissolution is matching, your all other parameters are matching, you made a tablet very similar to the innovator, why doesn't it act in the same in the human body? So that science is what the PK scientists also study about. You people have just learned it will be dosing, they would extract the blood, do the analysis in the plasma, and we would be giving the result. No, but they would also be answering why it failed the last time. That is where people can focus on next, studying about what happens in your human body. So anyone who's studying clinical here, pharmacology here, probably they would concentrate on what happens when a drug is ingested. Everything related to your body inside, your metabolism, ADME, what you call it, has to be studied very properly. So that side of study is also where we have a lot of vacuum. Coming to the approval, I'll take up regulatory later on, because regulatory is one area where I think people are hiring every day. The whole industry is hiring regulatory people. And last is the commercial part, where MBAs are hired to sell off your product. I agree that MBAs are hired, but why can't a pharma person get into it to understand the logistics part, as clearly depicted in the earlier session? Why is it that pharma people not get hired to sell the product which you've made? You would be doing it better. You would be doing it in a better way, in a better manner, and in a form which the people are expecting. it would be stable till it reaches the final person who's having it. In case I'm going too slow. Okay, so these are the major R&D departments which everybody knows. Project management has got into the industry lately. I think for the past 4 to 5 years, people have been working on project management teams because they're working on several projects at one time, and when the project fails, the people realize that there is no one driving the project as one person. There are teams who are doing it, but there is no one shepherding those teams. And that's why the project management department has been brought in. A PMP certification along with your BPharm would also help. As of now, the companies are not hiring candidates directly for project management because they're looking for some kind of experience in some of the department before shifting it to project management. But in case you bring a PMP experience or you bring something about the tools using any Excel or any MSP or any other tools that are existing, that would add an advantage to your career. So these are the regular careers on what is happening. I would touch upon something about API, which is, I think, the most neglected field. So what happens is that you all work in pharmaceutical chemistry, and I think some of you are working in the natural chemistry. But have you ever thought about that this is such a field and such a science that it's one whole R&D in itself? And if people think that people will not get hired from the pharmaceutical industry into this field, they're wrong. Right now, people are getting hired only from pure chemistry. But when you mix it with the formulation part or you mix it with the pharma part, that disconnect is seen in the industry. So more people who are working here, like I'll give you an example like Dr. Rajiv has given of the interconnectivity. You people are working on natural products. You take out a natural product, say anything, curcumin, from your any of the plant-based natural compound. Is there any project going on in Jamia Hamdard, if they can answer, or at DIPSRU, which combines all the departments? One project, everybody is working on it? Do we have such kind of project? No. So it's like we have a very great class of products which DCGI recently approved, which is phytopharmaceuticals. So people must have heard about phytopharmaceutical. It's not a very new line, but have you even thought that whatever you select, you extract out of a product, goes into a formulation in the same college, goes to the chemistry, you develop methods about it, you do clinical about it, and later on you prepare a product that is able to draw attention of the industry or draw attention of even the Indian government. Indian government sponsors so many cases like this. So Ministry of Ayush runs after such products, but you have to develop it in such a form. Your research stops at you've extracted something out of it. But have you tried making it into a presentable dosage form? I don't think that one such major project has been taken all along the college, that it combines this work all across. Person doing clinical studies, person doing animal studies, you are getting PK, what are you measuring out of it, how many alkaloids you are getting out of it. So that part is like you can come together as a college, all departments, sit down, put your head to it. I think that would make it into a beautiful, presentable project to the industry as well as to the Ministry of Ayush or any of the DCGI phytopharmaceutical company. They will sponsor you for doing the extra work. So this is the kind of work which people are expecting out of the industry people going forward. The regular kinds, you're publishing paper, fine, but it should go beyond that. So API selection for a chemical company or a pharmaceutical company is also, it runs in a similar way like we do the product selection. You need to check what are the polymorphs which have been already available in the literature. What can you make right now? So your IP team tells you what is it that is open and that you can still switch. And apart from that switch, if you're making a generic, how can you be similar to the innovator using a different polymorph, but you have to be bioequivalent too. And there the whole science starts. If you don't know about your polymorph, if you don't know about your product, how can you help the product development team in making a product that is bioequivalent? So it's not just that you've done your part and you've done a new polymorph and that's great, but how does it fit into the whole cycle is where you can start thinking about. It's not what you are doing, it's how do you give it to the next. It's a relay race. So when you are passing on the baton, you should know what you're passing on, and the other person should also know what they are taking on to. I think most of you have heard now we've started getting product approvals on different solvates. We've started hearing about different polymorphs. How many of you have prepared new polymorphs for a particular existing product? Anyone in the chemistry section who's done that? Have you done any studies on that? Okay, so this is where I think our science should now focus on, especially the pharmaceutical chemistry department, on getting new polymorphs and studying about them. This is what the API R&D would look forward to. The newer thing probably you might have heard lectures about, and you might have heard a lot about, and it's like all over the journals and everything. That is particle engineering. So it's not only what you develop, it also means how do you use it in the formulation. If you make an API which is highly insoluble, the formulator will spend at least 15 years working on it to make it at least absorbable in the body. Wherein the particle engineering team can step in, and this is one area where we don't find people from pharma industry. We hire people from the chemical industry who work on our particles, our API, and give the feedback to us on what we are working on. So this is one area which I think we can expand our curriculum also and expand our products also. If we improve bioavailability of a particular molecule by changing the particle engineering, by changing the morphology, by changing the polymorph, that's where it seems to be a very small project, but it seems to be a very valuable one for the generic company. Then there is green technology, which now we hear. So when you are working in the labs, be aware of using less solvents, using enzymes, using more greener technology. That is where now now since China, we faced a lot of concerns with China last year. We faced a shortage. Why did we face a shortage? Because there, the environment ministry one day got up and thought that whatever you're making and you're using, it's giving out too many effluents. And the air is not good. You are dumping so many solvents, and the energy is really not good for the country. So they've stopped the manufacturing in at least 50% of their companies. And that is why the raw material supplies went down, and the whole industry came to a standstill for some time. The raw materials for paracetamol also were not available. This is because the environmental concerns suddenly came up. But this would spread. This would spread to other countries also. So it's better to work on processes that are more energy saving, less effluent getting released into the system, and it's more greener. And also the process optimization. You have to see whatever process you are making to make a molecule, you might be getting 16 steps, 13 steps, 11 steps. But when you go to the industry and you scale that up, it's going to be highly costly. So this is where we want people to work on not only doing that research for yourself, but also thinking in mind that later on it can translate into something bigger. Okay, so last one which I'll touch upon is the regulatory affairs. And I think all of you know that regulatory affairs is a very important department. And you might be seeing people who are looking out for jobs might be seeing that regulatory affairs options come up very quickly. So regulatory affairs is not a department that is only compiling information from various people and submitting the dossier. It's a lot about how the product development is happening in the company. They are the ones who are interacting with the agencies all across. So they will tell you what to make. If you're making it, are you going correctly? And this is where the grass comes in, because regulatory affairs tells you what you're adding and how much you're adding is okay or not. So this is what regulatory does when you're making the product. Then it files your product. Then it keeps interacting with the agencies. Any changes in the regulatory scenario are also given back to the company, and changes made quickly. So how do we implement those changes is also what regulatory department does. So it's like a lot of interaction that goes on across till the approval and also post-approval. When you launch the product, the pharmacovigilance steps in, which is also a very important part of the regulatory part. And regulatory affairs is right now the most thriving department of the pharma industry in whatever setup you right now are. The others I will not take, because this is what regulatory affairs wants. It wants you to have good writing, communicating skills, regulatory knowledge about various countries. So we are not only restricting ourselves to US. The emerging markets are becoming a very huge market for India, and we are like exporting to 200 countries. So it becomes very important, because all of them have also, getting better and better in their regulatory laws. So it's day by day, regulatory knowledge is spreading across, and the more you people read about those countries, the more expertise you bring on the table. Last one was packaging, but I don't want to touch upon that. It's like already time. So I would also want that if anyone has any questions, you can take it up now, or you can connect me through Dr. Sharia or Dr. Zeenat. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving a wonderful lecture. I now request Dr. Shweta Sharma to kindly felicitate our speaker, Dr. Rinku Kalra, ma'am. A huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Sanchit Sharma. He is the founder and director of Emil Ayurveda Limited and executive director of Emil Pharmaceuticals India Limited. He is a strong business development professional with a PhD focused in natural products chemistry and pharmacognosy, and alumni from Jamia Hamdard, honored for professional participation in the largest class of Charak Samhita organized by NYASA, recipient of Marketing Excellence Award and Recognition Award at National Seminar on Ayurveda and Trichology. Please welcome Dr. Sanchit Sharma.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee of PRS Educational Trust and SPUR and DIPSAR, and I'll not take much time. All of my professors, I would like to thank everyone to provide me this opportunity to speak in front of all of you, and thank you very much. I know it has been very taxing because there have been sessions back to back. You have been listening to sessions, but this one is about cancer. And again, it is a taxing subject. It's an in-depth subject, cancer. And I like to talk about the phytotherapeutic role, like what phytotherapeutics can play a role in cancer. And we are also having a project currently that we are doing. That is what I'm going to talk about. I can just tell about myself that I've done my B Pharm, M Pharm, and PhD from Jami Hamdard. At the same time, I know all the aspects of marketing, how we are going into the market, how to take the product into market, because I've done that on ground in Emil Pharmaceuticals from last so many years. So this is a technical session, and I like that you focus on this subject because it will be helpful for all of the students, not with the aspect of pharmacognosy or phytochemistry, because being in phytochemistry and pharmacognosy, I've worked in all the departments, pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutics, because I developed nanoparticle ethosomal gel in my M-Pharm and worked in all the different departments. So I'll just quickly take you through, and I'll not take much time. The topic is mechanistic role of phytotherapeutics as palliative and anti-cancer compound against various types of cancer. And as you all know, what is a cancer? Pathophysiological alterations in inherent process of cell division is cancer, and there are two types of cancer, which is benign tumors and cancerous tumors, we all know. And benign, which do not spread or invade, and cancerous are which spread into and invade nearby tissues and can travel into the distant places of the body to form new tumors. And hallmarks of cancer, we all know it is uninhibited replication, inability to respond to growth signals resulting in arrest of the cell division, continuous angiogenesis, resistance to apoptosis, and the ability to infiltrate other tissues. And statistics, cancer remains one of the leading causes of morbidity and mortality globally, and amongst the non-communicable diseases, cancer is second leading cause to death after cardiovascular diseases. And approximately 19 to 20 million people are diagnosed with cancer annually worldwide. And this is going to be a very big concern in the upcoming years. And relative representation in percentage of total incidences, 19.3 million, and total deaths, 10 million due to cancer have been reported, and these are different cancers which have been reported. And female breast cancer is highly reported, and the deaths which are caused is due to the lung cancer is the most common. Then what causes cancer? It is about the environment, it is the radiation, it is the UV light causes skin cancer, virus, diet, carcinogens in our diet these days, like processed food, alcohol, increased risk of cancer, genetics, and high risk like prostate, colon, breast, skin, ovary, low risk are lung, pancreas, testicles, and uterus. The carcinomas are the most common type of cancer formed in the epithelial cells, and carcinomas that begin in the different epithelial cell types have specific names, like adenocarcinoma is a cancer that forms in the epithelial cells that produce fluids or mucus. Squamous cell carcinoma is a cancer that forms in the squamous cells. Sarcoma, as you must be knowing or not, sarcoma are cancer that form in the bone and soft tissues, including muscle, fat, blood vessels, lymph nodes, lymph vessels, and fibrous tissues. And osteosarcoma is the most common cancer of the bone. Leukemia, we all know that leukemia is a cancer that begins in the blood-forming tissue of the bone marrow, called leukemia. Lymphoma is a cancer that begins in the lymphocytes, T cells, and B cells. These are disease-fighting white blood cells that are part of the immune system. In lymphoma, abnormal lymphocytes build up in lymph nodes and lymph vessels, as well as the other organs of the body. Now, what is the line of the treatment? Can anyone answer? What is the modern line of the treatment that is being followed these days in cancer? Can anyone raise their hand? And can anyone please let me know? What are the line of treatment in cancer, the modern line of treatment these days? Anyone from the audience? Anyone, you can just participate. Chemotherapy is one. And there's stem cell therapy. And what do we do in the stem cell therapy? We replace the blood cells with the stem cells to form the new blood cells, right? Because in chemotherapy, what happens is when we give chemotherapy, the blood cells are damaged. The blood cells are damaged, and the new blood formation like WBC, RBC, and platelet formation is stopped. So आप देखा होगा ज़्यादातर कीमोथेरेपी देते हैं तो पेशेंट का जो है ब्लड पिक्चर सारा खराब हो जाता है. तो what happened? That is why ये आया which we give different techniques where we can reduce the risk of chemotherapy. And the conventional treatment approaches such as surgery is one of the options. Chemotherapy, radiotherapy have been in used. while significant advances are made in the recent times, including stem cell therapy, where we replace the blood cells with the new blood cells, and targeted therapy, ablation therapy, nanoparticles, natural antioxidants, radionics, chemodynamic therapy, sonodynamic therapy. Anyone can tell about what is sonodynamic? This is something which we have heard about very recently. Sonodynamic therapy in cancer. So, pardon? Ultrasound, like we go for ultrasound, normal ultrasound के लिए जाते हैं. Similarly, ultrasound waves are used to increase the ROS level, reactive oxygen species. तो उससे cell death कराने की कोशिश करते हैं. Sonodynamic is that strategy which is the latest one. And also ferroapoptosis based therapy. This is, as the name suggests, ferroapoptosis, where a high amount of iron is given, intracellular iron, which causes cell death. Targeted drug therapy is a more practical approach, as selected cancer cells are targeted using different specific cancer markers. This reduces the drug dosage and thus decreases the side effects and improves the therapeutic outcome. Types of target agents, monoclonal antibodies are one which is very common. Antibody drugs are man-made versions of immune system proteins and administered intravenously to attack certain targets on the cancer cells. They contain a more proportion of human components than murine components. Their attack mechanism of action are recruiting host immune functions to attack the target cell, binding to ligands or receptor, thereby interrupting essential cancer cell process and carrying a lethal payload such as radioisotope or toxin to the target cell. Gemtuzumab is an example of a CD33 specific monoclonal antibody currently used for AML therapy treatment by conjugating with calicamycin. Small molecule inhibitors also, these are small protein in size and then monoclonal antibodies, so that they can simply translocate through plasma membranes and can be taken orally. As I talked about radio frequency ablation therapy, this is a minimal invasive procedure and an image guided technique using hyperthermic high frequency electric currents are given to destroy the cancer cell. Now this technique is only used when the cancer tumor is not more than 3 centimeters. So this is also very much common these days, using the radio frequency ablation along with the chemotherapy. Now what Ayurveda has to offer, what Ayurveda says. So 5,000 years ago, we have in our textbooks, it has been referred as Arbuda. Arbuda is a term referred for cancer in Ayurveda 5,000 years ago. The anti-cancer properties of the plants have been recognized for centuries. Charak and Sushruta Samhitas, two well-known Ayurvedic classics, describe cancer as an inflammatory or non-inflammatory swelling and mention them as either Granthi, minor neoplasm, or Arbuda, which is major neoplasm. Sushruta has proposed 6 stages in the pathogenesis of all diseases, but his concept suits more to the pathology of the tumor than pathogenesis itself. So just imagine 5,000 years ago, it was all the processes has already been described by Acharya Sushrut. First is Sanchay, the early stages of localized neoplastic changes. Second is Prakop, where transformation of primary growths into the metastatic tumors. Then is Prasar, metastasis. Then is Sthan Samsarya, which is complete metastasis and secondary growth. Vyakti, clinical signs and symptoms are expressed, and Bhed, the stage where differentiation of growth occurs on the basis of histopathology. So these processes were well established even 5,000 years ago. And now what phytotherapy has to offer? Plant secondary metabolites as chemopreventive agents are well classified and recognized as bioactive compounds for primary and secondary prevention. These compounds have a regulatory effect on metabolic and signaling pathways, thus controlling angiogenesis and inhibition of microtubule assembly formation in the cells and its apoptosis. Now this is phytotherapy mechanism. You can see from the plant, right from when we start the plant extract, we extract the plant, we take the extract, then the filtration of the plant extract, then centrifugation takes place, and then modern technique like HPTLC, HPLC, GCMS, we standardize the extract, and then according to the phytochemicals, alkaloid, maybe it is flavonoid, glycoside, we characterize them, and then we take it forward for the in vivo and in vitro examination, like in vivo also in the rats, and in vitro in the cancer cell lines. Now, vinblastine, an anti-cancer compound, whoever has been studied anti-cancer compounds, vinblastine and vincristine is one of the major ingredient, and you all know that these are from plants. And this is the Catharanthus roseus, which we also call as Sadabahar. This is a very common plant. You can also see in your garden and maybe in the northern part of the country, in other parts also. Sadabahar is very common plant. And vinblastine anti-cancer activity is considered to be caused due to its interaction with tubulin, which inhibits mitosis at metaphase. Vincristine is also a vinca alkaloid that occurs naturally under its organic molecule. This alkaloid acts as anti-microtubule agent that blocks mitosis by blocking cells in the metaphase. Then next is the colchicine. Colchicine extracted from Colchicum autumnale binds to microtubular ends and inhibits microtubule polymerization. Therapeutic actions of colchicine is its capacity to bind to tubulins. Microtubules are composed of alpha-beta tubulin heterodimers, key components of the cytoskeleton. So this is the mode of action, how vincristine and vinblastine are destabilizing the microtubule dynamics, thereby blocking the mitosis and block tumor growth and the cell growth. The next is curcumin. We have all heard very specifically about curcumin, a lot of actions that they are playing, but curcumin, a part of polyphenol superfamily, a bioactive component of turmeric, curcuma longa, inhibition of cancer cell proliferation, metastasis, induction of cell cycle arrest, and apoptosis. So there are several studies which refer to curcumin, and more than 100 articles are present only on curcumin, role of curcumin on the cancer cells. Then there is vidaferin A, which is from ashwagandha, Vidania somnifera. Again, vidaferin A has demonstrated ability to alter some of the major oncogenic processes such as cell growth, migration, invasion, apoptosis, neoangiogenesis, in vivo and in vitro. Then this is the most fascinating among all, cannabinoids, cannabis sativa. सबने सुना है hemp के बारे में सुना है सबने? सबने, everybody have heard of hemp, some or the other stage. It is called cannabis sativa, and cannabinoids are the major source from this plant, cannabis sativa. And since ages, this plant has been in use since the time of Lord Shiva. He has been using, and it has been mentioned in several textbooks of Ayurveda about its healing properties, and it is one of the anti-cancer, anti-tumor plant. And because of the, again, in US and the other international markets, already there is a lot of noise about legalizing cannabis sativa for the use in medicine and in palliative care of the cancer patients. And this is one of the leading area of research where you can work in the near future. And I think there's a huge scope in this, because still I feel there are a lot of potential which is unexplored with this plant. The anti-cancer effects of CBD are mainly mediated via its interaction with the endocannabinoid system, resulting in the alleviation of pain and promotion of immune regulation. The known beneficial effects of CBD on cancer include tumor cell repression, the relief of cancer-related pain, and the reduction of chemotherapy effects such as nausea and vomiting. So as you know that chemotherapy is causing nausea, vomiting, and other side effects, loss of appetite is there. So this is the plant which is being very much referred. And I had a chance to meet one of the top surgeons in the Safdarjung hospital who does surgery day in, day out. He is a renowned speaker and also travels around the world. He told me that Sanchit yaar aap kuch cancer ke liye nahi bana rahe. Personally told me that cancer ke liye nahi aap kuch kar rahe. बहुत सारे पेशेंट आते हैं and they are coming in the last stages, maybe third or fourth, क्योंकि initial stages में diagnose नहीं होता. So आप इसके लिए कुछ क्यों नहीं बनाते? So I said, okay, then let us try, because one of our hepatoprotective products is being prescribed. So he said that there was a old lady who came to me, and उसके घर वाले आए तो उन्होंने diagnose किया, तो fourth stage metastasis था, breast cancer था, and the doctor said that the treatment itself is more severe than the disease. Treatment is more severe than the disease. So आई रेफर्ड, वो खुद कहते हैं कि मैंने उनको मना कर दिया कीमो नहीं कराना. देन व्हाट नेक्स्ट, क्या करें? तो देन घर वालों ने रिक्वेस्ट करी कि अगले महीने होली है, सो कैन वी हैव सम काइंड ऑफ मेडिसिन विच वी कैन प्रिस्क्राइब और गिव, सो दैट माता जी अभी 1 महीना रह लें, घर वाले सारे आके मिल लें होली पे उनसे, तो ऐसा कुछ आप हमें दे दो, हमें कीमोथेरेपी नहीं करानी है. एंड द डॉक्टर्स ऑल्सो recommended that no chemo is required because she was an old lady, 85 or 86 year old. And what he did is the doctor referred them कि आपने माता जी को सफदरजंग का टॉप लीडिंग सर्जन recommends भांग की लस्सी twice a day. Twice a day you have to give, along with some of his other drugs, hepatoprotective and other palliative care drugs that he must have prescribed. And the doctor told me that, yeah, people from other countries are working on this plant, and our own plant, our own heritage, we are not working on this. So उनको दिया, उसके बाद somehow उसके बाद उनकी मीटिंग नहीं हुई है. उसके बाद 6 महीने बाद the son came to the same hospital for some other concern, and the doctor met accidentally and that, अरे वो माता जी कैसी हैं? तो he said that वो तो बहुत अच्छी हैं. She is still alive and still she met with all the family, and हम उन्हें वो भांग की लस्सी देते हैं, उनकी भूख बहुत अच्छी हो गई है because it is improved the appetite, and also क्योंकि उनकी जो कीमोथेरेपी नहीं दिया तो उनकी जो palliative care है वो अच्छा हो रहा है, and they are having a good quality of life. So this is the difference that had created. So cannabis, the known beneficial effects of CBD, cannabinoids in cannabis sativa on cancer cell include tumor cell repression, the relief of cancer-related pain, the reduction of chemotherapy effects, and such as nausea and vomiting. Cannabinoid used for pain management, you all know that it is also very good analgesic, and it has been used because there's a lot of pain in the cancer patients. Additionally, chemotherapeutic agents can induce neurotoxic side effects that include severe neuropathic pain, which reduces patient function and overall quality of life. CB1 and CB2 receptors agonists are effective at reducing chemotherapy-induced neuropathic pain. Then we all know that this one also, another compound is paclitaxel, which is Taxol, we all know. It is also derived from a plant which is Taxus baccata, and the mode of action is diverse, which we can, it's a diverse action which we can see. And then there is Stinospora cordifolia, Daruvarid berberis aristata, which is there, Oxymum centum, which has anti-cancer properties. Now this is the project that I am talking about. So at Emil Pharmaceuticals, we collaborated with 3 institutes. One is Tata Actrec at Mumbai, then is National Institute of Ayurveda in Jaipur, and Rashtriya Ayurveda Institute in Jammu. And we have collaborated with this, and we are working on this project. Mechanistic role of V2S2 as immunomodulatory and anti-cancer compounds against preclinical models of breast, oral, pancreatic, cervical, and colon cancer. So this is the phytotherapy-based formula which cannot be disclosed at this point of time. And a lot of studies have been performed at, like, first is the maximum tolerated dose evaluation has been done, and the study was performed in 24 BALB albino male mice, and it was procured from Actrec. And this was performed, toxicity of V2S2 was assessed based on the mortality and weight loss, which was more than 4 grams per mouse. So the MTT results was that V2S2 is a safe formula, and up to 2000 mg per kg body weight it can be given as compared to the control, which was adriamycin. The preclinical study also suggested anti-cancer activity of the hydroalcoholic extract of V2S2 was tested against adriamycin and control group in animal model of human oral carcinoma by following NCI guidelines. The study was divided into 3 groups, which is group A control, positive, and study group. Group C, the percentage of survival data, group A, there was only 50% of the survival. Group B, there was 100% of the survival where we have given adriamycin, and group C, it was 83% of the survival rate was seen. The preclinical results in the 30 days of experiment, there was no major change in body weight of the animals, and in all 3 groups, the average animal body weight of all the animals more or less was same. Then there was TNC ratio data with the tumor growth inhibition. TNC ratio is commonly used to quantify the treatment effects in drug screening tumor xenograft experiments. TNC overestimates the anti-tumor activity of the fast-growing tumors compared with the slow-growing tumors, which significantly limits its value for predicting clinical efficacy. And the group B showed that the TNC value in this is between 0.2 to 0.4. Group C, there was the average value of TNC group in this has been 0.55 to 0.95. This was the test group. So anti-cancer activity of V2S2 on the human cancer cell lines were performed by Tata Extract, and we had seen the results on COLO 205, where GI50, in the percentage of the concentration of the drug causing 50% of the inhibition of the growth was less than 10 microgram per ml for adriamycin and less than 10 microgram per ml for V2S2. So V2S2 is a phytotherapeutic formula that we have prepared along with these three institutes. So it is as compared to adriamycin that we have developed. So phytotherapy and the plant-based molecules are also equally effective now these days as compared to the regular modern modalities. And the Viro model in the also the drug V2S2 showed less toxicity as compared to adriamycin in monkey kidney normal cell Viro. Thus V2S2 may be proved the best anti-cancer drugs in future without any toxicity or minimum toxicity than conventional drug. So the conclusion is that herbal medicine given for just 20 days orally lowers down the relative tumor volume percentage growth significantly and has such a good survival rate, opens the door for development of herbal supportive therapy for oral cancer. Ayurvedic coded drug is equally activate on human cancer cell line as compared to adriamycin. And this drug is going for the human clinical studies. We have collaborated and it will be performed in NIA, where we'll be having a small clinical study, then a large clinical study. So I just wanted to tell you that in Ayurvedic system of medicine, we are going the modern way these days, and we are following all the parameters which are followed for the any other drug development, right from the preclinical studies to the clinical studies, and till the post-marketing studies also are being performed. So Ayurveda is an upcoming market, and it has to be taken scientifically, which we are doing at Emil Pharmaceuticals since 1984. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchit Sharma, for a wonderful lecture. I would like to add Dr. Sanchit Sharma is the man who is responsible for the grand success of this conference. Emil Pharmaceuticals has sponsored the kits which has been presented to all the delegates, and his company has also donated a generous amount for the success of this conference. So a huge round of applause, everybody, to Dr. Sanchit Sharma. Now I would like to request Professor Aftab Alam to present with Dr. Sanchit Sharma with a token of appreciation. Our next speaker is Dr. Shushma Talegaonkar. She is currently working as an associate professor in Department of Pharmaceutics, School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Dipsuru. With 22 years of experience in teaching and research, she has figured among the top 2% of world scientists according to global list compiled by prestigious Stanford University in 2 consecutive years, 2021 and 22. She has been conferred with Professor C.J. Shishu Award, UGC Research Award, prestigious Motan Devi Dandiya Biennial Prize for Best Publication. She has completed research projects amounting to more than 1 crore rupees sponsored by various national funding agents. She is also a member of editorial board of recent patents on drug delivery and formulation. We welcome Dr. Shushma ma'am for her expert talk today. Please join your hands. ट्रेंड्स के नाम पे है.
इससे होता है स्लाइड.
वैसे तो इसी से खुल जाएगा, पर ये भी है और ये ऊपर नीचे कर
किससे ये ऊपर.
देखिए तो पहले खुल जाए.
यार देखने में बड़ा मुश्किल है. मेरे को जो नीचे यहाँ से
आप यहीं से कर लो, पता नहीं चल नहीं रहा है, इसी से कर लेना आप.
अच्छा. Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. Yes, good afternoon. Before starting my lecture, I will pay my sincere thanks to the organizing committee, especially PRS, DIPSARU and Jamia Hamdard, who has given me this opportunity to share my thoughts, some thoughts on the drug delivery technologies, which is the topic of the today's conference. And I just talked to organizer, like the Professor Zeenat Iqbal, she is here, and she is one of my good friend. Then I asked her, what is the audience, means they are the B Pharm or M Pharm or the PhD student. So she said most of the students, they are from the B Pharm. So I just make my presentation in such a way that I make everybody to feel that they are not the out of this my talk, and I will involve each and everybody. And today's talk, topic on the presentation is trends in drug delivery moving towards the better health outcomes. So, at a glance, this is just a graphical abstract. If you will see this diagram, I am focusing on just the revolution in the drug delivery technologies, and I think being a pharmacy, we are generally made for the right dose to the right people in a right form, in a right dosage form. Am I right? Because we are here to make a good product for the society and for the good health care. So if you will see this diagram, this is a graphical abstract, and I cover at the circle, at the middle of the circle, that shows the conventional delivery system, which is the evergreen system in our pharmaceutical field. And if you will see the outside of the circle, it is divided into the 4 parts. The first is the NDDS, that is again the heart of this targeted therapy and the novel therapy. Another part of the therapy, it is a novel drug delivery system in the chronic disorder, which is we can say in many chronic disorder nowadays, the 80% people are facing these chronic disorders. Then the third is the merging the advanced technologies with drug delivery technologies which are existing. And the last one is the advanced technologies, which nowadays every scientist is working for betterment of the healthcare, like cloud computing, like the 3D printing, pharmacogenomic, proteomics, all the omics are there for the effective drug delivery. So this is the content of my presentation, and I know that you are just listening from the morning, and I will not take much time, and just I will show what is the journey of the drug delivery technologies from the beginning, like the conventional therapy, to the advanced technology. And I think at this particular age, or especially in the B Pharm students, they are here, they are the health warrior in the future. So you should not restrict to yourself that you are the pharmacist and you are feeling very proud that you are the pharmacist, but this is a time to integration the pharmacy with the engineering, pharmacy with the biotechnology, the pharmacy with the computer science. And nowadays it is a requirement that one should know a different type of the computer languages also. If you are good in drug delivery formulation, if you are good in biostatics or anything, but one should know a good computer language, then only they can make a good success in the drug delivery system. So this is the content. Just see, I will not take much time. I just show the evolution of the pharmaceutical field, the pharmaceutical drug delivery technology, then the revolution in pharmaceutical product, how they came from the macro, micro, nano, and then the biotechnological products, then the advanced technologies in the healthcare system, which is the today's topic, or the today's target of the conference, then the facts and figures, which are very, very important, and then the conclusion. The field of pharmaceuticals is very bright and holds an exciting future. We all the pharmacy, we should know that we should be very proud that we are the pharmacists and we are working day to night. And especially in the COVID pandemic, we have seen the pharmacists, they have worked day and night, and they make the export of the paracetamol also, which is the main concern in that particular time. तो डोलो तभी बनी थी, चाइना ने बंद कर दिया था, तो हम ही ने सबको सपोर्ट किया था. Even we should be thankful to our Prime Minister also who has given this paracetamol export किया different small countries में, South Asian countries में. So this is the thing where, just thank you so much. What I am trying to say in this slide, now this is the time to move from a small molecule to the big molecules, because COVID ने हमें और एक चीज सिखाई है कि बिना वैक्सीन के आज हम यहाँ बैठे नहीं रहते. So within the 2 to 3 months they have developed the vaccine for the COVID and saved us so many billions of the life. Do you agree or not? So the thing is that what I am presenting in this slide, this is not the time for the small molecule ki we are taking the drug, we are making the gel and all. They are existing, they are evergreen formulation, but at the same time the whole pharmaceutical industry, or we can say the current scenario, they are moving towards the personalized medicine. So we should know what is the genomics, what is the need of the particular drug delivery system to a particular patient, uska genome ka structure kya hai, usko kis type ki medicine chahiye. So we can save the life, we can make the good therapeutic or good care for the society. Now this is the growing pharmaceutical market. If you will see this particular slide, the blue thing, that is the 77% is showing that especially the drug delivery technologies and we can say the formulation and the biologicals, they are covering our 77% the India is exporting. Have you seen that slide? And the 19%, if you will see the bulk drugs, and they are generally injectable and surgical, they are merging together and we are exporting the 19% from the India. So India is a big hub for drug formulation and the biological nowadays, and especially after COVID it has been increased significantly. So this is now it is the evolution of the pharmacy, although it is a very basic slide, but why I have put, because sometimes we generally feel our past and we should know what are the different type of the steps for the drug delivery. So if you will see this diagram, the first generation, that is the conventional dosage form, which is the evergreen formulation, which was existing, which are existing and which will. So it was in the past also, तब भी हमारी जान बची थी, आज की डेट में भी वो बहुत पॉपुलर है और करंट में भी वो कभी नहीं बंद होने वाले. So that is a basic thing and they are generally used for the acute disorder. किसी का पेट दुख रहा है, किसी को चक्कर आ रहे हैं, we cannot rely on the NDDS because he will die. So we will require a very acute injection लगाओ, and that's why if you will see, whenever the new drug molecule is coming, what are the important parameters going to be tested? Can anybody tell me? कोई भी नया drug molecule आता है, which parameter are first you will physicochemical parameter you will determine? Can anybody? Pardon? Dosage form. Solution किसने बोला? Solubility, it is one of the most important parameters, solubility and permeability. So जब तक आपकी solubility नहीं रहेगी, आपका acute disorder में कोई भी use नहीं होगा. So सबसे पहले injections और सबसे पहले solution इसीलिए बनाया जाता है कि if the acute disorder में the drug is very effective, so we can make the injection and we can give the patient and make the relief very faster. Second generation, if you will see, the conventional delivery system, some modification has been done and it is converted into the modified dosage form. In modified, it is generally come like the super disintegrating agents, fast dissolving tablet, mucoadhesive dosage form, dispersible tablets according to the need, but the action will be fast. So the conventional delivery system, they are very fast delivery system, they are very traditional, they are very old delivery system, but they are the evergreen system. So we cannot deny without that conventional system, we cannot survive. If you will see the third generation, that is again the big change in the drug delivery technologies, that is the NDDS, and we can say it is the heart of the healthcare system, and that is a controlled drug delivery system has come, and as I am not going in detail because I think everybody must be acquainted with the this NDDS system. There are a lot of NDDS system like the control, sustain, targeted, and all type of the dosage form, they are available as per the need of the patient, and they are the cost effective also as compared to the biologicals and all. Now the fourth generation, if you will see, which I am talking just now, that is after the control and the sustain delivery. आपने बहुत बार देखा होगा SRCR लिखा रहता है tablets पे, and that is specifically I will be coming later on why we are going to prepare in just a brief. Then after that, if the people are not satisfied with the NDDS, then they again thought that there should be something specific, we can do the much better for the healthcare system, then the targeted system has come. So the targeted system has come in the mind कि we should make a such system that when we are administering the drug, it should going only into the area where the action is required. Because NDS system novel में भी उतना purpose solve नहीं किया. That's why, because always the need is the genesis of novelty. जब तक हमें ज़रूरत नहीं होगी हम कभी भी इन्वेंशन नहीं करेंगे. Am I right? जब तक आप कभी भी पुरानी चीज़ों से बोर नहीं हो जाएंगे तब तक नई चीज़ नहीं बनेगी. Whether it is a makeup, whether it is a drug delivery, whether it is a clothing, whether it is a shoe, footwear, anything. जब आप बोर हो जाते हो और आज की डेट में तो these are the things which are daily changing, not the drug delivery system, because we are playing with the life of the person. So we cannot change the day to day कि आज इसमें मिला दिया उसमें मिला दिया, but all other things are very rapidly changing because हम बहुत जल्दी बोर हो जाते हैं. तो similar way, if you are very we are not getting a proper response, or we are not we can say the up to the mark, we are not getting the response, definitely we will go for the invention or the novelty, and that generally comes from the post marketing surveillance. Am I right? जब तक उसका post marketing surveillance नहीं होता तब तक आपका नया dosage form नहीं आएगा. So we will take a feedback from the patient how they are feeling with the drug, and the medical representative, they are playing a very, very important role in the post-marketing surveillance. So you must have seen in the medical store, रात के 9 या 10 बजे चले जाओ, आपको एक hub मिलेगा medical reps का, और वो देखते हैं कि क्या लिख रहा है डॉक्टर, क्यों नहीं लिख रहा है, and they will make this report to the industry कि why this product they are not recommending. Or another way, they make the doctor to recommend that product by any cost. So there are so many things, I am not going in detail. And now this is the 5th generation, which is again the focus of the today's talk. They are the nanotube, nanorobotics, genetic delivery, the pharmacogenomics, pharmacoeconomics, biologicals, and long-term delivery system for the 6 to 12 months. So now the patient, if you are, like the vaccine is the best example, if you are taking a vaccine एक साल के लिए हम बहुत आराम से घूम रहे हैं. Again, there is a booster dose. So this is a 6 to 12 months delivery. And these are the beauty of the drug delivery system, which we are making, the pharmacists are making. But now, again, the Dr. Rinku has mentioned, nowadays it is a time of integration, and you must have heard the biomedical park, and that's why I'm telling you, the pharmacy, you should not restrict to yourself in the pharma field. You should interact with the IIT people, you should interact with the medical people, and it is a good combination of the pharmacy, engineers, and the doctors, and the biomedical park. That is again the vision of the Modi ji that has come in the 2019, and they are working together, because if you are making a medical device without engineering and without medical doctor, you cannot make any device. So all these three are the integral and the very important parameter. So it is a time for the young generation, they should go and collaborate with each other. They should show. I am very, very impressed that the large crowd is present. They are presenting the poster. So many things, so you should not deprive yourself. Each and every conference you should go and present the poster. Sometimes, somewhere you come across with a person who will give the job to you, because he must be impressed from your poster, your communication, or anything. So you should not deprive yourself from any opportunity. जब तक आप दिल्ली में हो, जब तक आप student हो, you should present yourself in any way, चाहे oral हो, चाहे poster हो. So it is a very good, I think, a very good gathering, and I am very much sure that Dr. Zeenat played a very, very important role to make the student to sit here. So thank you so much, because this conference is specially for the student. Because teachers, they are, I am not saying कि I am 100% मुझे सब कुछ आ रहा है. We are in the continuous learning process. But student को ज़रूरत है कि क्या चल रहा है और क्या करना है in the future. So because you are the health warrior, isn't it? Pharmacy people are health warrior. Agreeing or not? जब तक आप नहीं बनाओगे तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा. और आप तभी बनाओगे जब आप कोलैबोरेट करोगे, जाओगे, देखोगे, लोगों से इंटरैक्ट करोगे. सो दिस इज द बेसिक पर्पस ऑफ कमिंग एंड मेकिंग दिस टाइप ऑफ द प्रेजेंटेशन, सो दैट द स्टूडेंट मस्ट अवेयर. एंड आई वेरी मच अप्रिशिएट कि आपने सबने पोस्टर प्रेजेंट किया, आपने अपने वर्क को अपने को कम्युनिकेट किया और अपने आप को प्रेजेंट किया इन फ्रंट ऑफ द एक्सटर्नल एक्सपर्ट्स. नाउ this is the novel techniques for the drug delivery. This is a very basic slide. If you will see the left-hand side of this slide, it is a very old one. What is the disadvantages of the conventional delivery system? Everybody knows the frequency बहुत ज़्यादा रहती है, lot of side effects है, बहुत ज़्यादा dose लेना पड़ता है, patient non-compliance रहता है, तो फिर क्या करें? So that's why the solution is NDDS. Everybody must be knowing. But in the NDDS, if you will see, there are the lot of dosage form. which you can see the right hand side, and I think the student, they must be knowing the classification of NDDS. So according to the need of patient, anyone can be work on targeted, it may be controlled depending on the drug. But one drug you cannot make a targeted, you cannot make the sustained. It is not a universal delivery system. So again, we are playing a very, very important role ahead of the doctors, ki for this particular drug, what type of the dosage form will prepare. Fine. So these are the different type of the delivery systems. Now, NDDS, I am not going in detail because it is just reverse to the conventional system. वहाँ पे आपका dosing frequency ज़्यादा है, dose ज़्यादा है, patient non-compliance है, वहाँ पे just इसका reverse है, you are taking a low dose, low frequency, low patient, high patient compliance and so on. So I am not going in detail, that is not my main topic. Now come to the revolution of the pharmaceutical dosage form. Here again I am making the students, because I have the 22 years of experience, और मैंने पूरी जर्नी में ये देखा है, जब भी बच्चा आता है, if they are preparing the tablet or capsule in M form, they will say, no ma'am, everybody is making the nano, मुझे भी nano बनाना है, फिर उनको मार्क्स ज़्यादा मिल जाएंगे, फिर मेरे को भी nano बनाना है. So just this revolution I am showing that old is gold, nothing is old, nothing is new. Only the thing is that if you are taking a right drug, right formulation for the right disease, it is always be a evergreen. So this particular slide is showing a Spencul is the very oldest dosage form. How many people they heard Spencul? किसी ने Spencul सुना है? That was the first sustained release product in the market, and it is not a very novel. If you will see the capsule, the sustained release granules आपने capsule में भर दिए, that is a Spencul. Or in another word we can say, any granules when we are making the coating of wax or any polymer for oral release or for the implantable or for the injectable. So Spencul is not only restricted to the oral delivery, it can be given to the any type of the route of administration. So the first, this type of the product has come into the market 1952, and the drug was, you have seen the dexedrine. This particular dexedrine, conventionally it was available in the tablet form, and patient has to take 3 times a day. But उसका side effect ये था insomnia. Insomnia में क्या है? नींद नहीं आएगी. जब आपको नींद नहीं आएगी और आपको attention deficiency syndrome है, तो parents क्या करेंगे? पूरे टाइम बच्चे को देखते रहेंगे. So the need was that कि this particular drug has to be converted into the sustained release dosage form. So that's why this product has come into the market. Now come to the pellets. They are the millimeter size. Now the journey has been started when the results were very alarming. Then the people thought, why should not we again reduce the size from the macro to micro? So this micron size of the product, the first product has come, Ziletra. So the Ziletra has come for osteoarthritis, and as we all know, whatever products they are in the market, conventional product, there are a lot of side effects are there, and they are very costly also, and they are mainly, cost is not a main, they are causing a lot of side effect. So that's why this Ziletra has come in the market, and this is an intra-articular injection, and it is a micron size range product. So what I am trying to say कि micron range के product भी अच्छे रहते हैं. That is not always कि आप nano का ही product बनाओ और उसी के बारे में सोचते रहो. तो आप micron size के भी products को बना सकते हैं if your drug and if your disease is perfectly all right. So you can work for the industry. Now next product is, I am not going in detail, another one is Arrestin, and for this product again I will recall the Professor Zeenath, because she has worked on the dental microsphere, and long back 15 years I think, when she was doing her PhD, she brought this product from the US because she was working on the microsphere. So she searched and searched, and she always I think it thrived for the knowledge. So she brought this particular product knowledge to each and everybody in Jamia Hamdar. तो तब हमें पता चला माइक्रोस्फीयर भी मार्केट में रहते हैं, and this minocycline hydrochloride, that is a broad spectrum antibiotic, so that is also in the market. So they generally inject into the cavity, क्योंकि आपको सबने देखा होगा in the dental case में बहुत सारा antibiotic लेते हैं और सबका stomach upset, vomiting, लूज मोशन, दे आर ऑल. जब भी रूट कैनल के लिए जाते हैं तो क्या करते हैं? लॉन्ग एंटीबायोटिक थेरेपी फॉर 3 and 5 days, एंड पेशेंट हैज टू सफर अ लॉट. मुंह का टेस्ट बिटर हो रहा है, सो एंड सो. So this product is again existing in the market. And this is again Luprolite. Again, I am remembering the Aftab because he was working in Pune, M-Form ke project mein. Am I right, Professor Aftab? So he has worked on the microsphere. So this is again the product long back in the market and the people are working. And this is for prostate cancer and endometriosis. And after micro, the again micron size ke kuch disadvantages the, especially for the cancer. Then again the scientist has thought कि नहीं, there should be something we have to do for the cancer patient, especially for chronic disordering patient के लिए कुछ करना पड़ेगा. And that's why the journey has been started. And from micro to nano, the people or the scientists, they are working कि we can change the size, so we can change the path, we can change the result of the micron size product. And the first nano range product has come, that is in 2018, that is a liposome, that is a doxil, everybody knows, I am not going in detail. That is a doxorubicin product, which is a very broad spectrum antibiotic and frequently used in the anti-cancer. It is the Ambraxan. उसके बाद तो एक पूरी line लग गई nano products की, especially in the cancer therapy. And I am trying to convey this message. If we will see the chronic disorder, the cancer is the only disease where we can make a much effort and make the best to the society by changing the delivery system, by changing the by using the phytopharmaceuticals and making the best combination to the patient for their betterment of the health. So nowadays, people are not working for the cancer therapeutic or the anti-cancer, rather they are working on the chemo prevention. Am I right? Because everybody has seen when the patient has given the chemotherapy, वो chemotherapy से आधा मर जाता है. तो लोग सोचते हैं कि उसकी कीमो कराने के बाद उसको कीमो प्रिवेंशन दे, it would be rather better. I think Sanchit has also mentioned this particular thing. तो आप जरूर कीमो कराओ, but after that, each and everybody is going into the phytopharmaceutical. So I am very thankful to Sanchit, who has brought this particular thing, कि there are so many medicines that are available, which we can use for the cancer patient. And longevity has also been increased, and the patient compliance has also been increased. So these are the nano range products. I am not going in detail. There are so many products in the market. And this is the product I am deliberately want to show in 2018. Again, the major breakthrough, that is the siRNA, small interfering RNA delivery. Now the people are working for the genomics and different type of the omics, and they are replacing the gene, they are replacing the DNA by the, we can say the non-defective gene. So that is a stem cell therapy, personalized medicine and so on. So this is the first product, it has come into the market, and now it is flooded with all biologicals and all for the better healthcare system. So this is the end of my evolution. This is the COVID pandemic who has shown that the lipid nanoparticle में उन्होंने mRNA incorporate किया, and the vaccine now ready. There are the plethora of vaccines, they are now available. But basically the lipid nanoparticles, one of the most, we can say, the patient compliance, biocompatible product which are coming into the market. Within 2 to 3 months, the vaccine had come in 2021. That is, everybody knowing the Pune wala and the Hyderabad ki company usne banaya. But what I am trying to show, the lipid nanoparticle is most viable liposome or the lipid nanoparticle. Anybody can work on that rather than the polymer and all. So this is the Covaxin ka hi hai, which is the dead virus they have taken. Who has any other company, they have taken the live viruses and so on. So there are so many variations, but the Covaxin is the dead virus. So these are the evolution of from macro to micro, nano, and then biologicals. Now, what are the challenges encountered into the nano particulate system? The big challenge is the nanoparticulate system is whenever they are taken by the patient, they are not going to the desired area, because the reason is that they are generally taken up by the RES system, and they mostly causing the liver, kidney, all other toxicities in the organs. So these are the big challenges, and this diagram is showing when the nanoparticle is given to the patient, they are not going to the area where the action is required. And that's why, in order to remove these particular drawbacks of the nanoparticle, what I am emphasizing this, सभी बच्चों को लगता है कि नैनो बना लिया तो बस पूरा हमारा काम सफल हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है। नैनो पार्टिकल जितना ज़्यादा really required. So because जो बना रहा है उसके लिए ज़्यादा साइड इफेक्ट्स हो जाएंगे. So this is a major drawback with the nanoparticles, and that's why each and every drug is not coming in the nano in spite of so many applications of nanoparticle. So this is the diagram is showing they are depositing if they are not having a proper size. And here I want to emphasize that rather than to make a nanoparticle, now the trend is that if you are more focusing on the size of the nanoparticle. So exclusion chromatography, it is a major area. Now the people are working कि मुझे 20 नैनोमीटर पे ही काम करना है तो सारे 20 नैनोमीटर के ही पार्टिकल को फिल्टर करके उस पे काम करो. 100 नैनोमीटर के करने हैं तो you should focus on the 100 नैनोमीटर. Going here, there, where the action is not required. So what should we do? We make that nanoparticles to be reach only to the area where the action is required. So हम उसके ऊपर एक carrier लगा देते हैं, and that carrier is called the ligand. Sorry, हम उसके ऊपर एक ligand लगा देते हैं. That ligand is a path shower. That ligand will carry the nanoparticle to the area where the drug or where the action is required. So particles are not moving here and there, they are going only to the area where the action is required. So that is called the targeted or the active targeting or the ligand based targeting. So the ligand is the address. जैसे बिना एड्रेस के लेटर या कोई कहीं कुछ नहीं जाता है, isn't it? आप अपना सामान भी शिफ्ट करते हो तो you just put an address, so only there it will be deload. So similar way, the ligand based therapy will also the deload your drug to the given address only, and it will not the leaching the drug to en route. So this is the beauty of ligand therapy. And nowadays the last जो journey है आपकी nanoparticle की, it will end with the ligand based therapy to reach the, especially for the anti-cancer which are very very toxic, to reach the anti-cancer drug only to the target area where the action is required. So this is the symbolic for the targeted therapy where the bonding of the receptor and the ligand is with there. So your particles are reaching to the target area and then ligand is binding to the receptor where the action is required. That receptor is going to present on the cancer cell where the action is required. So I'm not going in detail. These are the various types of the ligands. Nowadays all the Zumab जो है, अभी रिंकू मैम ने भी जिक्र किया था और आपने भी किया था डॉक्टर संचित ने, ऑल द जुमैब जितनी भी है, आई डोंट रिमेंबर द नेम, बट जितने भी आपके एंटीबॉडी मोनोक्लोनल एंटीबॉडी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, दे आर वेरी टॉप मोस्ट प्रायोरिटी फॉर द एंटी कैंसर पेशेंट. ऑल्दो देयर cost is very high, but still they are in the market and they are the life-saving drug. So ultimately, the monoclonal antibody is the answer for, especially for the chronic disorder. चाहे वो आपका osteoarthritis हो, RA हो, चाहे आपका cancer हो, the monoclonal antibodies, they are the very successful delivery system. So this is the ligand-based market product. The first product is the Transumab. It has come especially for the metastatic breast cancer के लिए market में it is available, and the research is going on. It is another product that is the Rituximab, which is again the monoclonal antibody product, which is 100% will make a patient compliance and make the patient free from the disease. Now these are the case study. I am just not incorporating, just case study because it is my passion, because I have worked on the ligand based targeting. So I thought if there are the research scholar or maybe the M.Pharm student, वो कहेंगे मैम ने तो बताया वो delivery system मैंने सब बोल दिया, हमें तो सब मालूम था. So just I put some case study, but I am not going in detail because time is already I have taken. So this is the case study, just I am giving a one example. I have made this ligand coated liposomal formulation and I have used the chondroitin sulfate, and this is specially for rheumatoid arthritis. If you will see the slide, that is the liposome which we have prepared, and that liposome we have coated with the chondroitin sulfate. The chondroitin is a major, we can say, the chemical which is present in the joints. So what is going to be happen, if you will see this slide, then is it in the presentation mode? Yes, okay, fine. तो यदि आप ये slide देखेंगे, so especially if you will see, the crux of the slide is that I am not going into that slide bar diagram. You just see the slide table form में आप यदि देखते हैं, तो if I am giving a drug teriflunomide which is available in the market and lot of side effect, liver toxicity and all, तो यदि आप देखेंगे teriflunomide का solution देते हैं, तो 2.99 microgram is required and here is 8.99 microgram is required. But when I am putting this teriflunomide in liposome, if you will see the second reading, what you will see, the 2.99 converting into the, reduced into the 1.72, and in the second table 3.77. So drastically the drug concentration has been reduced 3 times. Am I right? And if you will go ahead, that is the chondroitin sulfate coated liposome यदि हम देते हैं patient में नहीं, cell line में, the concentration is 0.034. How much fold it has been reduced? So the thing is that what I want to convey, when I am putting a ligand or some address to our carrier system, it will making that carrier system to be available only to the area, and that's why the concentration of the drug is reduced many times. And when the concentration is reducing many times, especially the side effect will be reduced and patient will feel much better because drug is going only to the area where the action is required. इसको हम स्पेशली RA के पेशेंट को हम जॉइंट में इंजेक्शन लगाएंगे, सो होल ड्रग विल बी अवेलेबल इन द जॉइंट, एंड जॉइंट में भी जॉइंट की जो सेल लाइन्स है उसके अंदर आपकी ड्रग जाएगी, बिकॉज नैनो पार्टिकल्स आर वेरी स्मॉलर इन द साइज, सो दे विल इन्वेड थ्रू द मेम्ब्रेन ऑफ द सेल्स एंड दे विल इनसाइड द सेल एंड दे विल किल द cells, and patient will feel better. Whatever the inflammatory cells are there, they are macrophages, they are going to be killed, and inflammation आपका बहुत ज़्यादा reduce हो जाएगा, and the patient will feel much better. So this is the uptake study where we got a very good result, especially in the lipopolysaccharide positive जो cell lines थे. I am not going in detail. This is again the uptake study which is showing a chondroitin sulfate has taken up by the 90%. This is the last slide which is showing a red color. This parabola type of the graph. Then this is again the cellular uptake study in the U937 cells, but I am not going, I am escaping this cell. This is the animal model which I am showing, the very good result we got. This slide जो second number की slide है, उसमें आपका दिख रहा होगा कि the large of inflammation है, joint spaces and inflammation all there. But when they are treated with the chondroitin sulfate liposome, you will see the X-ray जो था वो normal जैसा दिख रहा है, something. Not the 100%, but the recovery has been occurred in the arthritic animals. Now the case study 2, I am not going in detail because due to the paucity of the time, I am just escaping these slides. And the main thing is that that is the advanced technology. Challenges are there in the ligand. Till date, just I am convey this message. If I am putting a chondroitin sulfate, if I am putting a hyaluronic acid, if I am putting the folic acid, if I am putting the transferrin, nothing is successful. Because these are the challenges in the targeted delivery system. Even I have worked in the Dabur, but nobody has come to me. Even I have done the patent also, but nobody has come कि मैम ये प्रोडक्ट जो है वो इसके क्लिनिकल में जा सकता है. Although I have performed all preclinical trials in the Dabur, I make a patent also, I have involved the Dabur people also, but they also know the success is not there. Because if you are putting a folic acid, if you are putting the transferrin, hyaluronic acid, chondroitin, but it is all, the thing is that when they are going inside the body, the lot of challenges are there, which I have mentioned in the red color. That is, change, variation from patient to patient, fine, metabolic activities, then complexity of the formulation, then body की complexity है, pH है, temperature है, pathology है, disease condition है, they will not make that ligand to be remain on the particles. So that's why this again, this particular ligand-based therapy is again under the research, but till date, the product has not come into the market. Now the advanced technology, just I will take a 5 to 10 minutes because it is a focus of the today's talk, that is the advanced technology. First is the, I think, artificial intelligence. Everybody must be knowing. Fine? Artificial intelligence, it is a need of the today's drug delivery technology, and that's why in the beginning I told that the pharmacy student, they should be integrated with the engineering people, computer science and biomedical or the life science people. So the artificial intelligence is the machine learning and the deep learning which can scan our body and which can show when the drug has to be released and where is to be released. There is not much required to prepare the formulation and all. So it is a type of the device which can release the medicament as per the need of the patient. So this is the just application of the artificial intelligence, how this is going to be help in the drug discovery and the R&D, and now the pharma industry, they are using this artificial intelligence, and that's why the news is coming alternate day कि अभी main power की जगह सारे लोग जो है machinery will come, and lot of the crisis in the jobs and recruitments. So this is the two products has come into the market based on the artificial intelligence. One is the IntelliCap. That is a pH sensitive and the temperature sensitive. You have to take a chip inside the body. It will release the medicine as per the pH and the temperature. Sensor लगा हुआ रहता है, आप उसको ले लो, like cardiac के patient को आप valve वगैरह या कोई chip लगा देते हैं. Similar way you can take orally. All the polymers are biodegradable and all, and they will release the medicament. Similarly, the RoboCap, it is one of the most interesting this product. When this product has to be, because I don't know by this mucoadhesive delivery system, I think most of the people, they have worked on the mucoadhesive, and the major challenge is that even all my colleagues, they have worked on the mucoadhesive. Mucoadhesive में एक सबसे बड़ा problem ये है कि हम उसको bioadhesive बोलें कि mucoadhesive, because if you are telling them in the mucoadhesive is not a fix or the constant thing, because mucus is producing and going or out, going through the fecus and removing from the body. So in order to make that product to be adhere on the biological membrane, this particular robotic drug delivery system, it will remove the mucus and make that delivery system to adhere on the biological membrane. So this robotic drug delivery system has come, and I think in coming years, the mucoadhesive drug delivery will be successful. Delivery system, especially for the gastroretentive system or the colon-specific delivery system and so on. So this is a big change or game changer in the artificial intelligence. Again, this is the personalized medicine. It is one of the most important I think drug delivery technologies, and it will remove all other existing technologies, and it is the future of the world, personalized medicine. So I am not going in detail, just I will convey within the 5 minutes what is the message of personalized medicine. If you will see in this diagram, right side, left side, without precision medicine, like only one capsule is there, and all the people are taking, patient. If you will see the diagram, only half of the patient, they are getting benefited. 6 people are the 6 patients, they are not having any benefit. And last के 2 जो लोग हैं, वो adverse effect है, वो मर जाते हैं. So such a severe side effects, और वो coma में भी चले जा सकते हैं. Because especially in the anti-cancer patient, especially in India, when we are giving the anti-cancer drug, only the 50% people, they are getting benefit. Other people, they are having a severe side effect, फिर डॉक्टर उसको दूसरी दवाई देता है, फिर तीसरी देता है, and so, and their health is going to be deteriorated. But यदि आप उसके right side में देखेंगे, this particular diagram, whereas the precision medicine is playing a very, very important role, where we are making the genome structure of that particular person, we will see the biopsy report, which gene is defective, which gene is overexpressed, and as per the requirement of that patient, we are making the dosage form. And if you will see this slide, the tailored therapy we are giving. So the same dosage form, but the dose we are modifying, how much quantity of this patient is required as per the disease progress. उसके body में उस disease का cancer के first stage है, second stage है या third stage है. According to that, we will modify the dosage form and we will give to that patient, so that patient will be benefited. So this is the beauty of the personalized medicine. Again, this particular diagram, which is again alarming. If you will see the current medicine, if you are giving one medicine, anti-cancer medicine here, if you will see, some patient may be benefited, तुक्के से उनको benefit हो गया. Some people are no effect and some people are going into the adverse condition. But future medicine is more personalized diagnosis because nowadays the era is the diagnostic and जितना आप patient के sample को analysis करोगे उतना ही अच्छा आप drug delivery system बना पाओगे and उतना ही हमें advanced technique की ज़रूरत है. And that's why we should collaborate with the biotech people because our biological science or the life science, we are not from the life science people. So we should integrate with the life science people and we make the dosage form accordingly. So here is the future medicine if you will see कि this particular diagram is showing कि यदि हम उसका DNA का genome sequencing हम उसकी study करें सारे patient की and we can make a conclusion कि maximum लोगों में colon cancer के patient में this genomic structure has obtained. So this type of the dosage form if we will make, the maximum patient is going to be benefited. So this is the future of the medicine. And last one is personalized medicine, that is the immunotherapy. Again, this is the advanced technology. If you will see this particular slide, just I am taking the 2 minutes. If you will see this particular thing, I don't know. Here, they have taken the biopsy sample of the patient. They have done the PCR, genome structure उन्होंने study किया. उसके बाद, this arrow, what they generally did, after studying the genomic structure and all, they made the vaccine to that particular patient. अब आप यूएस में चले जाओ, कनाडा में चले जाओ, $1 billion पे करो, आपकी लाइफ सेव हो जाएगी बिकॉज आपके लिए पर्सनल वैक्सीन बना हुआ है इफ यू आर अफोर्डेबल. यदि आप उस वैक्सीन को नहीं ले सकते हैं, सो व्हाट दे जनरली डू, दे स्टडी द जीन्स स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द जीनोम एंड देन दे विल मेक the replacement of the gene by putting them into the liposome or the nanoparticle and they will replace the defective gene with the fresh genes. If you will see the green color, so that was the defective genes. अब उन्होंने sequence को ठीक कर दिया and they will embed it into the nanoparticle and they will replace that particular gene which is present into that particular patient. So that is called the replacement therapy, stem cell and all. इस side जाते हैं तो वो देखते हैं कि what is the checkpoint inhibitors. उस maximum if you are giving this genomics, they will see in this patient के body में what are the inhibitors which will inhibit that particular therapy. तो उसके वो checkpoint बना देते हैं. So when they are administering that particular gene-based therapy, these checkpoint inhibitors, they will make that particular dosage form to be effective because you have already put the inhibitors along with the technology. So this is the personalized medicine. Personalized medicine, the 3D printing play a very, very important role. Without 3D printing, you cannot make a personalized medicine. So this is the last one. Personalized medicine, you cannot go for the personalized medicine without cloud computing. तो जब तक आपके पास cloud computing नहीं है, तब तक आप personalized medicine नहीं बना सकते और market में कोई product नहीं आएगा. So nowadays, data analysis, engineering, biological sciences, pharmacy people, they are working together, they are exchanging the data, they are calculating, they are exchanging the clinical reports, and they are quick on their action, and then they are making the product ready. So this is the cloud computing. These are the advantages. And conclusion, I am not reading the conclusion. The conclusion is that this is the era of the biologicals. Although the conventional and the novel therapies, they are existing, but still we have to make some focus on the delivery technologies and some newer computer programs. जैसे Python है, different type की languages आनी चाहिए, so you can make the in silico studies first, binding studies कर सकते हो in silico में, and then you can go for this particular thing. So I am very thankful to DIPSRU, Jamia Hamdard, PRS, AIMS, Dabur Research Foundation because some slides I have shown, and my students, they are always my heart of my work. They are my heart. They are working day and night for my work and all. So I am very thankful to all my bright students. Thank you so much for patient listening and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful lecture. I would like to request Professor Zeena to present Dr. Shushma with a token of appreciation. sorry, yes. Thank you so much. Due to differences in time zone, we are unable to connect online with Dr. Neeraj Floria and Dr. Sadiq Umar. However, the recorded presentations are available and the link will be shared shortly via mail. We now move to the last speaker of today's session, Dr. Amir Mirza. Dr. Amir is currently working as Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutics, Jamia Hamdard. Previously, he worked as a scientist at New Zealand Fulvic Limited. He has also worked as Senior Regulatory Affairs Specialist at Pharmalex, Germany. He has been awarded with Outstanding Scientist in Nutraceuticals in 2017, Young Achiever Award by Drug Controller General of India, Young Researcher Award by International Humic Substances Society, appointed Elite Fellow at University of Malaysia, Advisor Research and Development at National Institute of Chemical Physics and Biophysics, Europe, and appointed as Scientific Advisor at Geluk Pharma. Welcome, Dr. Amir Mirza.
Thank you, Dr. Fazia. A good day to all of you. I'm thankful to the organizers and PRS for giving me the opportunity to address this August gathering. And my former boss and my PhD supervisor has given me timeline of 10 to 12 minutes. So I have to be in line with that. So I'll take you through one case study that how a commercial excipient should be developed. And as an example, I have taken fulvic acid, or you can say humic substances. So we all know about excipient. Excipients are inactives, but it is functional excipient. It means it is having some activities, like it may be having mucoadhesion and buffering agent, or complexing agent. So we can have so many examples, but in the given case study, it is humic substances that generally works as bioavailability enhancer. This is the range of entire healthcare product available in our market. So it ranges from synthetic medicine to herbal to excipient, then dietary supplement and food. Food can also be used as health supplement. So this is new to the Indian regulation, but not available in global market. So we have the boxes are made in two colors, red and green. Green color stands for easiness of development. Red color stands for good amount of data is required. So you can notice as you move from that location to this one, the redness vanishes. It means it is easy to develop, green color, very easy to develop, and that becomes difficult to develop. So why is it easy and difficult? So here you can see the data required. In these two categories, we don't need any efficacy data. Only safety data is suffice the purpose. But as we move from this point to that point, we need to add on efficacy data in case of excipient, herbal medicine, and synthetic medicine. So it has been drawn like this. this is the ease of development, and that is the business, you can say, share or cost of medicine. So our case study will lie in between, that is excipient. That excipient can be of any category. If it is being used in food category, then it is food grade substance. If it is being used in synthetic medicine, then it is of prescription category. So taking our case study of humic substances, it is globally available in around 150 products, but unfortunately, all are dietary supplements. But it shows that it has good amount of potential. It can be used antioxidant, anti-cancer, and all categories. And not only in India, it is available in Europe, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, US even, and the total global manufacturers are 70. So all these indicate that it has diverse potential. Despite having all these diverse potential, it has not been explored so far in pharmaceutical category. In excipient, it is 0, no product available. In drug product, only one product is available by a South African company and available in UK also, but it is still under development. Phase 3 clinical trial is in process. So there cannot be same set of challenges for all category of products, because I have taken this one only, so I have enlisted the challenges associated with this category of product, means humic substances. So if you classify all the challenges, you can categorize them into 3 ones. Like first one is structural complexity. The red color is our question, the green color is answer to it. So if our excipient is having structural issues, then how we can address? We need chemistry people and we need a regulatory expertise. The next question is new to regulatory agency. I have been dealing with regulatory agency like HSA. HSA stands for Singapore, and New Zealand regulatory agency, and TFD and all. So for all these agencies, this product was found to be very new and very naive. So it was new to them, so they keep on asking regulatory safety and efficacy data. So in this category, the solution is with product development scientist and regulatory expertise again. The third challenge with this category of product is low yield and production of byproducts. So here we don't need any scientific expertise, rather business strategies. So just taking the first one, structural complexity. Humic substances are not single entities, they are not a single molecule. Rather, these are mixture of molecules, but these are not the only ones. I will show you the list of chemicals that we have been consuming since antiquity, but have been used in different categories of product. So if this is the issue, and the molecule is complex, structural is complex, so this issue doesn't arise with our dietary supplement or food category of products. But if we are going to develop this into the category of prescription products, then these challenges can come across. Now here is the answer to it. These are the few of the ingredients that I have shortlisted for some controlled communication with the regulatory agencies. That see, like acacia, almond, guar gum, and olive oil. These are food product also. These are excipient also, even approved by US FDA. They are enlisted in pharmacopoeia. They are enlisted in textbook of pharmaceutical excipient. So the same thing we want to explore for humic substances. So keeping these in as a ground examples, we can explore, we can convince the agencies, no, this is not the new case, we can explore this also. So the next question to us was scattered data in terms of safety and efficacy. So is there any answer? So answer is there. For this particular case, we can adopt technology called 3G. Like we can garner data from other sources. Like we are exploring commercial source, that is peat, but other humic substances sources are also available in terms of shilajit and all. So we can collect those data, we can bridge those data with our substances, and then we can generate some of the data that are lacking in terms of regulatory requirement. So if we adopt these 3Gs, then we can bring this case for approval also. These are the approved product available in global market and mostly in a regulated market, US, Europe, and Japan. And you can see the amount of daily dose being consumed. It is up to several grams, 2 grams, 3 grams. So what I mean to say, this is not toxic one, this is very much safe. Now, the further adding into the safety profile, the same products are being administered to or being given to kids also. So if any substance is being given to kid, so we can't question about safety. So by these grounds, we can put our claim of, we can convince to the agency that safety is not going to be challenging issue. What we are going to propose it as a efficacy parameter, then we need to prove it with clinical trials. So now the second option was to garnering or generating some data and then bridging them. The humic substances obtained from Shilajit and all, we have good amount of data, but the peat source is new one. We don't have substantial data. So what we can do, we can bridge them. It means we can establish some correlation in terms of chemistry and all, and then we can say qualitatively these are matching. So if these are matching, then we can copy those data for our purpose. So this is called bridging of data. So this is a controlled communication between the company and the regulatory agency that we can bridge. In this bridging, we may be asked to generate some data that is specific to that molecule, that is safety generally. So we need to develop them and put before the agencies. These are some publications that have been made through humic substances obtained from Shilajit. But our source is different, so these safety and efficacy data can be copied and can be bridged to exploit our product. In the same process, we have developed, we have been doing the same research and we have tried to bridge those gaps, and these are some spectral analysis that I have much time to go deep into it. So, and some safety data that are generally asked for excipients, acute safety and subacute, maximum 28 days. It depends upon product to product. If I am recommending a lifestyle product that is consumed for 3 months, 4 months, for that category of products, these 28 days data will not suffice the purpose. So the ultimate last option was, last worry with this product was low yield. Yes, if I take 1 kg and I get 2 grams, 5 grams, 10 grams, yield is low. Then what is the byproduct? So can we exploit this byproduct for other purpose? In our case, it was advantageous. Our byproduct was agriculture grade and it can be consumed in agrarian purpose. So by this, with short presentation, I could summarize all the challenges of fulvic acid and I could fall in line of the instructions of my former boss. Both bosses are in front of me. So now the floor is open for discussion. If there is any, you can come up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amir. I now request Professor Aftab Alam to felicitate Dr. Amir Mirza. I also request Professor Zeenat and Dr. Shushma to join. Thank you so much. Thank you all for patient listening. I'm sure the students and faculty will benefit from the scientific deliberations of the day. We now move to the most awaited valedictory session, and I invite Dr. Manvi to please take over.
Okay, I think the students been waiting for this session only. So I request Professor Zeenat to please announce the winners for the oral as well as the poster session. Okay, we have Professor Sherry. Sir, we move to the valedictory now.
Thank you, Dr. Manvi. I think this is one of the most momentous moment of this whole conference. And I think Dr. Sushma has very unambiguously put on record that this has been a very, very successful conference and with a lot of patience and a lot of good spirit of the students. So kindly please clap for yourself. Thank you so much. हम और सुषमा टीचिंग पर्सपेक्टिव से देख रहे थे कि हम लोग को इतना 2 दशक से हम लोग पढ़ा रहे हैं, वी आर इन दिस नोबल प्रोफेशन ऑफ टीचिंग. तो आपकी जो ताली का अंदाज़ होता है वो बता देता है कि ये शैतानी वाला है, कि ये इसलिए खुशी वाला है कि सेशन ख़त्म हो गया, या ये बेस्ट है. नहीं ये ज़बरदस्ती वाला नहीं है, दे आर ऑल वेटिंग. सो अभी वाला जो तालियाँ थी वो मोहब्बत वाली थी और खुशी वाली थी. नहीं, बिल्कुल सही इंटरप्रिटेशन है. सर, आई थिंक वी कुड बी लाइव, वी आर लाइव एनीवेज. But wonderful moments, absolutely, I would say mesmerizing to see such a nice, very, very wholehearted response. And I really have to appreciate that people have really turned over in so many numbers from Kanpur, from Lucknow, from Etah, and I don't know all the cities from where you have arrived. We are really indebted for your great presence. So over to the prize distribution, might I request Dr. Shahryar to be here in the center stage, and also Dr. Shweta and Dr. Akhil, so that you can, and Dr. Sushma, could you please join us here so that we can announce the prize, and the winners are requested to come as we announce one after the other. So the first prize, okay, we had decisions which were different, but because of the overwhelming response, and we took a decision of increasing the number of the prizes, so there would be some joint prizes as well. So as we go further, all of you are aware that we had 4 groups of presentation, group A, B, C, D, depending on which department and which expertise was there. So we have taken the best poster, which will be first, or you call it a best poster, and we are giving it in both sessions. You may need to make some change. But करेंगे भी. हाँ, सब बता दें. I'll tell. नहीं, हो गया. I know. Manvi will be able to help me out better to give out these things. So we have kept cash prizes. It is real cash prizes. So I must show the envelopes right here. The names are written here. A very small token amount of ₹1,000, but it's the value of this moment which is more important than the amount which is there in the envelope. I hope you all appreciate that. So over to the group A, we have our young researcher and faculty, Dr. Rikeshwar and Ms. Daraksha, who are the joint winners of Group A presentation oral held offline. So may I have, where are they? I don't know. Do we have Ms. Daraksha here? Dr. Rikeshwar? So I think we'll keep that as an amana and then maybe pass it on to them. So the next group B, we have the winner in Ms. Anchal. Ms. Anchal, are you there? A round of applause. Certificate दे दो और ये cash prize दे दो. Certificates आप पकड़ लो. आप पकड़ लो. Fauziya, you may just help. Dr. Shweta, आप आगे चले जाओ. You may join there, please. You be with her. You be with her. They should look. Dr. Sushma, please join and do the honors, please. So Anchal is from which college? Anchal is from? Okay, great. Congratulations, Anchal. In the group C, we have Dr. Ramesh Bhandari, who is the best oral presentation winner in the offline mode. So we have Dr. Ramesh Bhandari. Congratulations on behalf. Belgaum. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming over to Delhi. It has been an honor to have you here, and congratulations from the entire organization committee. Group D, incidentally, we had no oral presenters. So we move on to the next session of offline poster results. And in the Group A, which is pharmaceutical chemistry, we have Firoza Begum and Aman Kumar Mehto as joint winners. So might I request Firoza to be here? Oh. Anyways, I think we'll pass it on to her. So Firoza is from Jamia Hamdard and Mr. Aman is from? Okay. They are the joint winners in pharmaceutical chemistry. In the poster session, Group B, we have the winner in Mr. Jatin Agarwal. I'll say. I would like to see the photo. No, confusion hoga thoda. Koi nahi. Jatin is here? Jatin is there, okay. So in the Group C, we have Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Mohammed Noman. Dr. Mohammed Noman, are you there in the house? He's there. Who's there? Congratulations, Dr. Mohammed Noman. This is Group C, and it is in the poster session in an offline mode. And in Group D, that's perhaps pharmacology, we have Mohammed Ishaq as the poster presenter who has got the best poster presenter position. Mohammed Ishaq, acha, he's there. Please come. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Dr. Sushma, for doing the honors. We have Dr. Akhil and Dr. Shweta, the co-founders of the PRS Trust. The next announcement, you may just take your seats, please. Thank you so much. The next announcement is in regard with the online presentation. So the award winners are being announced here. Their certificates and their cash prize would be transferred to their bank account. That is what is the decision of the scientific committee. So in the Group A, for the online section, in the oral presentation, the winner is, or the best poster presenter is Shaista Amin. In the Group B, we have S. Naveen Taj. And in Group C, we have Tehreen Taj. And in Group D, we have Neeraj Taneja. So there are 4 members who have received the best posters in the online mode. For the poster presentation section online mode, Group A sees Priyanka Singh as the best poster winner. Group B is, we have Kakhal Nilima Navanath. And Group C, we have the best presenter as Kartikay Prakash. And Group D, we have Hira Sadiq. I think round of applause in absentia for all the winners who have done a great, wonderful job. That's it from my side, and I think over to Dr. Manvi to conclude and maybe carry forward the program. Thank you so much.
Now we move to the felicitation ceremony of the committee members. I request Dr. Sushma to be present here, ma'am, please. 5 minutes, ma'am. Okay, now I request Dr. Akhil Sharma to felicitate Professor Dr. Mohammad Shehryar sir for his contributions to organizing this conference. Sir, please. Sushma ma'am, please. A big round of applause, everyone. I think next we have for Professor Dr. Zeenat Iqbal by Professor Dr. Shweta Sharma. Now I request Professor Shehryar to felicitate Dr. Pawan Kumar Jalwal. Okay. So sorry. A big round of applause, everyone. Professor Dr. Aftab Alam by Dr. Akhil Sharma. Sir, please. Kindly felicitate. अब नहीं बजाएंगे. Now I request Professor Shahryar to felicitate Dr. Rakesh Sindhu. Rakesh Sindhu. Sir, please. I request Professor Zeenat to felicitate Dr. Shweta. Shweta ma'am, please. हो गया? हो गया? Done? हो गया? चलो डन. नहीं इसमें तो नहीं, लिस्ट में तो कोई.
Might I now request Professor Shahryar, Dr. Akhil and Dr. Sharma to please join in to felicitate the two ladies who have taken this whole conference through right from the morning, Dr. Manvi and Dr. Fauzia, one after the other. So a round of applause. Dr. Fauzia represents Dipsaru and Dr. Manvi is from SGT University. It has been a great job done by both of them. No problem. Dr. Manvi? Congratulations. It was a wonderful role which you played. Allah bless you immensely. And that's it, I suppose. 5 minutes. बोलो announce करो.
I request Professor Aftab Alam for the vote of thanks of the conference.
Very well. Good evening to all of you, my respected teachers and dear students. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen. It must be felt by heart. Myself, Dr. Aftab Alam, working as a professor and IPR head itself in Galgotias University, Department of Pharmacy, School of Medical Allied Sciences, feel honored to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on these special occasions. I would like to thank to all of the honorable delegates who were present here, many more students having very ignited brain, spark brain, mind here. My special thanks to all eminent speakers here on behalf of the PRS Educational Trust with Jamia Hamdard collaborations, Jamia Hamdard Esper collaborations, as well Dipsaru. At last, I feel proud and thank you all for making this event a successful one. We all are here have been very much fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated all committee members and the volunteers itself. Thank you very much again for making the event successful. Thank you.
I'd like to put on record and thanks all the delegates for their taking the lifetime membership of the PRS Educational Trust. We thank you all for being here to attend this conference, and we now end up with the conference and the high tea is there. I also acknowledge the online participation of the students who have